Oh.
Before we actually start the racing program.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the live stream here at VeloX on what is competition schedule day 4, session 2. Surprised I could say that all that quickly, starting to all roll into one in some respects. But here we go, Friday, 5 o'clock we kick off, so in about 10 minutes. We're going to go straight into the Keirin's semi-finals. That's elite women and elite men. And yep, we're all pretty much set up. We've got 3 fantastic people running the cameras tonight. Might have a 4th down on the mobile camera if we can get that going. 2 commentators, Fish and Jace are here, ready to go. Just a couple of little bits of techie to do on my end to make it all happen. Plenty of action lined up for us tonight, so I hope you're going to enjoy it. Just before we get going, here's a little promo for you. This is Wanganui. I talked about that in one of the other sessions. 4 hours south of Cambridge. Their fantastic track, outdoor wooden track. They have the 75th River Wheel Race next weekend, and some fantastic prize money up for grabs. Well worth going if you're in New Zealand, and you might find this a bit interesting.
Power to keep sport and recreation safe and fair
is in all of us.
As one team, we can help prevent harm,
especially to our tamariki and rangatahi.
Harm can mean abuse, discrimination, or not playing it straight.
So if you see something that's not tika,
or need support raising integrity standards,
the Sport Integrity Commission, Te Kahuro Nui, is here to help.
out here.
In here.
Wherever we play.
Welcome back. Here we are, the moto. You can just see that in the top left corner of your screen there, starting to have a bit of a roll round. That means he's warming up. That's Craig by the looks of it. Looking outside, back to our standard shot. It's really humid today. We've had that bit of rain did come through. Couldn't quite tell while we were in here this morning, but definitely came through, so it's quite hot and sticky still tonight. So we'll see how everyone holds up with that. Meantime, we're about set. I'm about ready to hand you over to our 2 commentators for the night. And I'll keep driving the pictures, hopefully. We don't make too much of a mess of that. Got to laugh at yourself. If you can't do that, then you do have to wonder. Anyways, enough from me. I'll hand you over to the guys who are going to commentate the session for you.
Good everyone, welcome back to night session of day 4. We've got obviously infield Mike just going at the moment competing with us. Hey, so welcome back. Thank you everyone for dialing in. We've got Keirin's on tonight. We've then got some para sprints. We've got women's team sprint finals. We've got some elimination races, and then we move into some Madisons. So we've got junior Madison. Then we've got some junior women's points race. I'm missing some events out, but we're going to have the elite women men's Keirin final, and then the evening rounds out with the elite women's Madison and men's Madison, which will be spectacular. So we're just waiting for Keirin's are going to kick us off tonight. So they've had qualifying and repechage this morning. That sets the 2 semi-finals for the elite men and the elite women. They're going to be going on this evening. So before we get into that, while we've got nothing on the track, look, a good chance to just shout out to the sponsors. On the screen there, GJ Gardner Homes, the local Waipa franchise. They've supported lots of other local sports in the past. This time they've come on board to support this international event, and we would like to thank them very much. They also supported the New Zealand Road Champs. Other sponsors we have, Skoda, brand that needs no introduction. They have got their L-Rock outside and a slightly smaller version of their e-car, the ENIAC. So we're just waiting on the first of the riders to be brought up onto the line. Motorbike is ready on the other side with Craig, who runs the programs for the Velodrome. He has been riding the Keirin motorbike. We don't have a start list, so we'll just work off the screen. So we've got Alicia McCaig, Molly McGill, Danica Blinko, Lily Tarranthoff, Caitlin Kelly, and Chloe Moran. So only one Kiwi in this field, and she's drawn wheel 6. So this race is over 6 laps. First 3 laps behind a motorbike, then 3 laps of open racing once the motorbike pulls off. I'm not sure who went through and who was on the repechage. We've had some great women's sprinting, so I'm sure we're going to see some great women's Keirin racing.
start list?
Don't have one. I will contact Steph and ask.
Right, an absolute lineup of Australians in this race tonight. We've got 4 of the national team, Queensland, and the lone Kiwi, Caitlin Kelly, on the outside.
And a challenge for us with no start list. We'll have to get good off the numbers, and I don't have a pen either. I'm not very organised tonight. Okay.
Gun fires, moto comes rolling through, and they assume their positions from 1 to 6 as drawn before the match.
So, position 1 with the green helmet is Lily Tarantoff.
So riders have got to maintain their positions for the first lap. After that, they can move around if they like, but if the number 1 rider moves off and leaves the bike and no one takes that position up, that rider will be disqualified. So they have to be very careful if they decide to swing off. All right, just going through one more lap behind the moto. Lily just starting to open out a little bit of a gap there off the moto, just so she's got room to run at the moto, keeping an eye over her shoulder just to see what the riders behind are doing. Craig brings the moto off.
Danica Blinko from Queensland, she moves first, pushes up around the outside over the hip, pushing right up into position 1.
So Lilia Taranov, she'll be happy with that, just someone offering her a little bit of cover now in wheel 2.
So I think it's Moran from Australia who was in wheel 2. She's just pushed up and over.
1.5 laps to go. You see the pace really starting to go on now. 3 wide coming through the corner to come in for the bell lap.
So Danica accelerated. Chloe Moran's trying to hold up. So
Alicia McKay's come through to the front.
So first 3 going through. Danica will be super happy with this. She's just going to miss out though, unfortunately. So the Australian national team takes the first 3 spots.
So it looks like Lilia Taranov just coming through and rolling Danica on the line to grab that 3rd spot. So the 3 Aussie national riders going through.
There you go. We've got the screen on for you. So that's the first women's semi-final.
Yeah, so there's our positions coming up. Alicia from Molly from Lilia. So Danica unlucky there, rode a really good race. Coming down to the finish, was holding that 3rd spot. Lilia just rolling over top of her, carrying more momentum.
And we've got start lists, so we'll now be able to spot what's going on a whole lot easier. No, we're not giving tickets. It's just I should have tuned up earlier and gone to the middle and got them, shouldn't I? But because I was really late getting here and running just to the start, I was not organised. We're good. Thank you. Thank you, Steph, for bringing them up. All good. All right. So who's drawn what in this?
So heat number 2, we have Elise, Sophia, Olivia, Maya, Morella and Christina.
Seems to be some discussion about who was where.
The Western Australian rider, Maya Dillon, she's drawn number 1. Outside there we have the Queensland Academy, Sophie Watts. Then into Christina Clonan at 3.
Oh, it's the Western Australian rider out in 4, Jace.
Sorry.
So Morella Wushel from Norwood Cycling Club, she's drawn the motorbike.
Got my
and
club
then we've
kits
got
wrong.
Olivia King and Elise Andrews on the outside from New Zealand, rounding out 5 and 6. So semi-final 2. It's all about 3s. First 3 go through to the A final, 3 laps behind the motorbike and 3 laps open racing.
So bike coming out of turn 4, the starter will fire the gun. And there's the big throw. Riders jumping out, not having to battle for position like they used to do way back in the day for the Keirin, where you would fight to get 1, 2 or 3. these days. They're drawn pre-race and they have to take those positions.
Have to use their manners.
Very civilised. So just rolling around, Keirin racing one of the closest, roughest, toughest forms of track cycling that there is. The rules for Keirin are the same, but they are loosely applied as opposed to other forms of track cycling. So you can get away with a little bit more in a Keirin race than you can in any other race.
Closest to BMX really, isn't it? A bit more rubbing is racing.
Yes, it is, yeah. Quite often when protests are put in, the commissaires will look back and go, that's Keirin racing.
So, the lady on the back, on the gold bike, Elise Andrews, she is the one everyone is looking at. Everyone is going, when's she coming, when's she coming?
Christina Clonan open up in a big gap there at wheel 3 and just looking back, and she's waiting for that gold bike to come through, giving herself room to excel forward and be able to push up and grab those wheels as they come through. So here goes Olivia just moving forward and bringing Elise with her. Christina pushes up, just going to make them go around the outside of her. Queensland rider just excelling now, starting to lift the pace. And here goes Elise. You see her just bite down on those bars, starting to kick. Christina goes with her.
So it's going to come around to get the bell. Christina from Australia, she's jumped through. Elise Andrews on her hip. Olivia King following her very quickly. Sometimes you see Elise get out of the seat on that sort of back straight, but she hasn't bothered here. She knows she's just got to be in the first 3.
Coming down too wide, Christina from Elise from Olivia.
So the national rank riders did everything they needed to do to go through comfortably without having to exert too much energy for later. So I'll hand you over to Mike. He'll take you through the men.
During the sprints, Simon and I will do a little bit of swapping in and out. Obviously, Jason is a down and out sprint coach, so he's the brains behind the commentators during this. But we've got some incredible bike riders about to jump onto the track.
These are going to be some fast, hot and heavy racing here. Lee Hoffman, James Barista, Ryan Elliott, Maxwell Liebernick, Jackson Russell, Flynn Underwood, all up in semi-final number 1.
So we've got 2 from TA, 2 from the Australian national team, and then 1 from the South Australian Sports Institute.
So lining up at number 1, we have Max Liebernick. Coming in at 2 appears to be Flynn Underwood. Then we've got Lee Hoffman, Jackson Russell, Ryan Elliott, and James Barista at 6 on the outside. So fairly even spread. 2 Sassy riders, 2 Te Awamutu riders, and 2 Australian national team riders.
I guess with the weather conditions at the moment, the track will be running really hot, Jace. What size gear will these guys? It'll shock people with how big a gear, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised Lee Hoffman's running up in the 130s, maybe even pushing to a 140 kind of a gear, because they're getting dropped off at 50k an hour. They're not having to excel that gear up from a standing start. So yeah,
it's a problem, isn't it? Like as they get on top of the gear, their cadence looks slow, and so they appear to be riding slow. They're actually going really fast.
Yeah, so they'll be doing well in excess of 70 kilometres an hour, getting up touching on 80 kilometres an hour in the closing parts of this Keirin racing. So yeah, you kind of think of that. That's nearly cruising speed on the open road.
If you're Maxwell here, are you going to try and let one over the top of you and close that gap, or are you going to try and hold on the hip? I mean, when you've got so much strength behind you, it's actually very tactical, these last 3 laps as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so Max will be sitting there, he'll be looking back, and he'll see his teammate, James, who's moving forward now, and he'll be hoping that James comes through and rolls over top of him, and he'll be happy to give up that spot to James. James very fast. Done. And there we go, James moves into 1, Max just drifts back, says, yes mate, take it. So 2 sassy riders at the front. The pace will go on, and it will be hard to move if these riders at the back leave this too long. So Jackson and Ryan looking to surf the Lee Hoffman train home, but they'll need to be on that wheel when it goes, and it is a strong kick. So Flynn Underwood looking to lead it out. Here goes Lee. Jackson moving with them. Ryan Elliott following too. So they're kicking through. Lee Hoffman dragging through. Jackson getting over to the top. James Barista sitting in third, fighting with Ryan Elliott. Ryan Elliott gets over, drops down into third spot. Lee Hoffman leading through. I don't think anyone will try and challenge him. He's coming through turns 3 and 4. Jackson and Ryan will look to pop out to protect their positions. And they do. Max Lieberneck looking to come underneath just at the last, not quite getting there. Coming a close fourth behind Ryan Elliott, but I think that'll be Lee Hoffman, Jackson Russell, Ryan Elliott. So great riding there. I might be a bit biased in saying great ride by Jackson Russell, mixing it up with those Australian national riders.
The fact when you're a young guy and you're actually able to, like, you're living in the slipstream, but it takes a lot of effort. He's putting out a lot of power and a lot of nerve.
Oh, yeah, exactly, 100%. So Lee Hoffman, he's throwing down 2,000 plus watts on the front. Jackson, to live in his stream, he's throwing down about 2,000 watts himself. And for a guy who's like 76, 77 kilos, that power to weight ratio is insane. Now, lining up in semi-final number 2, we got Daniel Barber, Sam Dakin, Tate Ryan, Xavier Bland, Noah Mason, and Liam Kavanagh. So, just another packed semi-final here. So it appears that Dan Barber has drawn number 1, Noah Mason, I think. Is in 2. Liam Kavanagh in number 3 spot. Tate Ryan in the 4 spot. Sam Dakin at 6. So we're just trying to sort out our New South Wales riders.
Boys.
And we'll just pick up the numbers as they roll away from here. Apologies to our New South Wales cousins watching from Australia. We'll get those numbers and names sorted out. You're probably sitting at home looking, going, I know exactly that's Noah Mason with the white stripe.
And the other one has a blue helmet. We're 40 metres in front of them, which is the problem.
So that's Xavier Bland with the blue stripe in at wheel number 5, and it is indeed Noah Mason in wheel number 2. So, bikes away, forming up, everyone just nice and relaxed for these first couple of laps. Danny Barber, probably the fastest rider on track up front. I don't think too many people will be looking to try and roll over him before the bike comes off. With the exception of maybe Tate Ryan, incredibly quick rider, and being shorter in stature, very slippery too. So for those who are not here, it's currently kind of thunderstorm conditions outside and very hot inside the velodrome, so it'll be an action-packed fast night on the track for all forms of racing. Sam Dakin just moving up the outside now as we come through and the bike comes off. So he's just kicking over the top, bringing Liam Kavanagh through with him. So Liam just caught on the outside there, and he won't be happy with that. Tate Ryan coming over the top of that with a strong Excel.
Quick.
So Sam Dakin excelling to be looking to get on that wheel.
Needs to close that gap. Sam needs to hold him off. He needs to close that gap. He's kicked twice.
So coming through to get the bell now, Tate Ryan with the healthy lead there. Sam Dakin looking to just get into that slipstream. And Danny Barber just coming up now to challenge Sam. Not a full-hearted challenge. He's just looking to protect that 3rd spot so no one can come over top. And that's how we finish. Tate from Danny, from Sam.
How impressive is that from Tate?
Yeah, young man just comes.
Yep.
Kicks through, really strong kick through. Wasn't just drifting up the outside, very assertive. got himself to the front, then he eased off, looked back, watched to see what the other riders were doing, and then just built the pressure from there on, holding a nice 3 bike lengths out in front until that last half lap when Danny and Sam started coming through. But very strong ride for him, and being the outstanding kilo rider that he is, not surprising.
Now we've got the lads on the tandem. So if you saw some of this morning, there was a 9.9, I think, and the other was a 10.2 or a 10.3, Jace. They were very fast. You get a lot of momentum, and obviously it takes a lot of skill to be able to ride these big tandems.
Look, these
safely around the track at that speed.
These bikes are big and long. They flex like a noodle. And, you know, you're thinking you've got these pilot riders here. They are outstanding athletes in their own right.
Correct.
They're probably throwing out 2,500 watts, each one of them. Not sure what the riders on the back will be adding into that, but there is a huge amount of power going down through these massively long frames that are flexing all over the show. And these 2 pilots on the front have got all the skills in the world, just to be able to hold those bikes down and keep them pointing in the right direction.
So I think Byron has been multiple kilo winner in the Australian Champs, eh?
Yeah, Byron, outstanding sprinter in his own right. Has featured many times in Australian nationals, right through from age groups. Always been a talented sprinter, right through into the elite ranks, ridden Nations Cups for Australia, etc. Multiple podiums. You can't say enough about the guy. Class act.
And so then the actual riders, we're Bo Wooten and Keirin Pierce.
So technically, I think they're called the Stokers. And you got your pilots on the front.
Oh, nice kick.
So Keirin Pierce's team just pushing forward, and they're looking to put the pace on straight away, opening out, I would say about 5 bike lengths, but with these tandems, it's only 3.
Yeah, but it's a good 20 metres, isn't it?
And
so they're making them work very, very hard to run at
them. So you see Bo Wilton, they're just starting to wind up slowly, coming through to the bell. We've got about 3 tandem bike lengths to go. Can they close it down from the back now? No, they've set up already.
They have.
With half a lap to go, they've pulled pins, set up, and said, we can't get there. We're not making any yards. What a powerful ride from our team at the front. Keirin Pierce, and don't know his pilot. Apologies for that. But that was a powerful display. He came over right at the start, and Kane there very happy with that little fist pump as he's coming past the home straight.
Yep, nice to catch him unawares. And like I say, I'm pretty sure there was like 0.3 between them this morning in the flying 200.
Yep.
So, quite a big difference. So now we've got the woman, we've got Emma Foy and from New Zealand and Jessica Gallagher. So Emma's pilot is Emma Foy. Beg your pardon. Emma Foy's pilot is Jess Hodges. She was part of the New Zealand Women's Elite Endurance team for a few years. Very good athlete.
Indeed, last time I was talking to Jess, she was in training for the half Ironman. So that was, I think she was doing the Tauranga one, the Tin Man, which was, I suppose, about a month ago now. So I would assume that she's just come off on that. Probably got some great endurance legs.
Yes, some good Zone 2 training for that.
Definitely. We're about to find out what kind of sprint legs she's bringing to this. So Jessica Gallagher on the Stoker on the Australian bike there, and just having a little trouble trying to hold them up straight. There's a lot of weight on the bike once it starts tipping over sideways. A huge amount of trust between the pilot and the stoker on these bikes. I've sat on the back and ridden a couple of laps around on a tandem. Scared the absolute living bejeebers out of me.
You can't see anything, can you?
No, you cannot, and you have to have full trust in the person in front. And it's quite scary because you don't know when the corners are coming up. You don't know when they're tipping in. Anyway, we're up and racing. We've been told that we're having a few technical difficulties and the microphone's not coming through the best. Apologies for that. So coming in to get the bell lap now, the Australian team of Jessica Gallagher leading the way, and Emma Foy's team just now trying to challenge on the outside, but just getting caught on the outside and having to drop back in behind. I think the Australians are going to be too strong from here. They're going to come through and take a comfortable victory. So they'll go one up. So a nice ride there by Jessica Gallagher's team. Emma Foy's team, they'll go back down, they'll have a look at the tape, come back and see what they can do differently. I'm sure they'll want to lead and get to the front, try and control the race a bit more.
We've also got, now we're going to have the finals for the women's team sprint, under 19. So first up is the bronze medal. We've got Australia green versus Australia yellow. So Australia green on the front straight. We've got Emily Watch, Alana Lake and Madeline Pitt. On the back straight, we've got Madison Smith, Alexis Phillips and Hannah Pettit.
So just take a little while to set up for these team sprints. Got to get the gates out. They'll test them probably before they load the bikes in, although they are loading the bikes in directly. 100% trust in the machinery.
Okay,
so on the front straight,
riders are ready, but back straight are not ready. They're having a bit of trouble in, looks like wheel 3.
So on the front straight, we've got Emily Watch, Alana Lake and Madeline Pitt. On the back straight, Aussie Yellow, Madison Smith, Alexis Phillips and Hannah Pettit. So just hoping to bring the split screen to you so everyone can see their favourite team riding.
Front straight, put them on the left side of your camera. Turn your camera right.
Oh, nicely out the gate.
So both teams getting away nicely. So the back straight team, a small advantage here, although we've got a big gap back to wheel 2. So timing strip just not working there. We're unable to bring you the splits. Just rolling through there. Front straight team have fought back nicely. They've got a little bit of a lead now. It's coming in the change over to our third wheel riders. So front straight still up. It'll all come down to who can hold best through the back. And it looks like that front straight team, Aussie Green, are going to hold nicely through that last 250. Coming through and a comfortable win in the end.
It's a good ride.
So nice tidy ride by Australia Green, picking up the bronze medal there. They'll be happy with that.
Now we've got for gold medal, we've got the Kiwis versus Australia Gold. So in the Kiwi team, Hazel Gardner, Minnie Collins, Lily Cameron, and they're on the front straight. Back straight, we've got Milan Bradshaw, April Catt, and Paige Squire.
So Hazel coming through to track cycling, sprinting from a BMX background, and brings all that explosive power out of the gate that you get from BMX riders. So look for Hazel to get her team away to a really good start. New Zealand team obviously qualified fastest, hence they're in the home straight. Don't know what the time difference was between them and Australia Gold. Doesn't matter now because they all line up. It's all even Stevens. Fastest team in this race takes the gold.
All you've got to do is win one race, right? Left.
And we're away.
Here, Jace.
So both teams getting away to a nice clean start. New Zealand team forming up well. Same with the Australian Gold team. Australian Gold just coming through, maybe slightly down there on the New Zealand team, but nothing in it at all. Coming through, New Zealand up. Nice change by both teams. New Zealand with a slight advantage. Minnie Collins driving through, maintaining that through the second half of the second lap.
Lily Cameron coming through to run at the wheel. It's very close.
It is very close.
Just slightly up, Jace.
Yeah, New Zealand still slightly up, and I'll be picking Lily to hold this from here. Very strong young athlete. First year under 19, but you wouldn't know it watching her ride.
Tight. Nice work.
New Zealand team coming home, probably grabbing it by just under a second. Nice tidy ride by both teams. There was very little difference in their execution. It was probably just that slightly faster start that the New Zealand team got out to, and that was the difference in the race.
This will be interesting, this next race. Sorry, we're going to go to a presentation. Is that? So we've got a presentation, and then we've got the Para Men B Sprint Final, which is their race 2.
So for the awards presentation, we'll switch you over down to the centre mic with John McDonnell as he reads through the presentations. So just looking forward at the program there, Mike. Let's talk a little about the, let's call it the premier event tonight. And I say that loosely because nothing better than a Keirin. But later on tonight, Madison, elite men, elite women.
God, but Jace, you missed out on the elimination last night in the men's Omnium. Was as Keirin gets. The elimination race today was physical. All action, great bike skills. Mate, tell you, Elam's a new Keirin.
I did not miss out on that. I may not have been here, but I guarantee you I was on the live stream watching it. It was a little bit of carnage.
But yeah, the Madisons tonight will be very, very good. And I mean, crikey, effectively, the men will be averaging somewhere around 60k an hour average. So it's very, very rapid. We've got a pretty full house on this side of the track, so a lot of people have come down to watch it tonight, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, 100%. It is probably the biggest crowd actually we've had in all week. And there's probably a reason for it. Madison, organised chaos. You've got riders in the race. You've got riders out of the race. They're hand-slinging each other in. You can have them stacked up 3 wide, 3 behind us, all changing at the same time. It is nerve-wracking to watch, super exciting, looking forward to it immensely.
You'll see some amazing bike skills.
Or 100%.
But you might also see a mistake made here or there.
So if you've ridden around the track, you'll probably realise that just taking one hand off the handlebars is sometimes a little bit scary, but imagine doing that at 70k an hour, as Mike said, grabbing hold of your partner who's just dropped in and throwing him as hard as you possibly can. So it looks like we're just going to throw down to Damo in the centre there for a live interview.
All good. Look at the TV. What's on the TV? Okay, and if you listen through the headset off the computer, you make sure the volume's through. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome back to the infield. It's Damien. Once again, I've just had to sprint from upstairs, and it's hot. It's really hot. Done that about 3 or 4 times so far. We're going to have a quick look around before the presentations kick off. They'll be finalising those result lists as we speak. So let's go this way. Shoot around. That's all right. We know we will let you be. You're all relaxing and trying to chill out now, I'm sure. We're going to talk to these guys in here. Sassy team, how are we going today?
Yeah, not too bad. Got the Madison next, so.
Good. Who have we talked to so far on the pit? I don't think we talked to any of you guys yet. Was it Madison coming up?
Yeah, Junior 19 Madison with Ollie here.
All right, who's at home watching?
Pardon?
Who's at home watching?
My parents, I think.
Your parents?
That's about it.
You can say hi to them.
Hello.
Okay, and who we got over here? We talked before, no? No, we haven't. Who? Tell me who you are.
Alec Guglielmucci. I'm not sure. You might have heard the name attempted by the commentator quite a bit, but yeah.
I've been to a few AJTS rounds and they do a way better job of your last name than anyone here.
Yeah, nah. Good attempts though. So.
Good attempts. Maybe you could talk to John. He might try and give us some coaching. And who we got here?
Jack Sloan.
Jack, who's at home, Jack?
A couple family members and that. Yeah, some of them just went home before go back to work.
That's tough, eh? They're going to miss the last couple of days? Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, you'll knock it out of the park, will you?
Hopefully. Especially with these boys, they will.
Are you doing Maddo as well? Okay, you two are looking far too relaxed. Who we got here?
Hi, I'm Ollie Ward.
Ollie Ward, say hi at home, Ollie.
Hello.
You're doing the Maddo. Yes, you two doing the Maddo, yeah? Yep. All right. So, who's out for vengeance on those Kiwi guys?
I think that both of us are.
Where'd you come in the Nationals at Aussie there? How'd that go for you?
Second to them.
Second to them. Okay, so that's a fair call. Hey Nick, how are you? Yep. Okay. Sounding better? And sorry, we're just checking the audio upstairs. So is the road audio sounding all right? Yeah, it's coming through. The fellas need to listen on the commentators' headsets. Is it working? All right, here we go. Working again. So here we go. We've got some bike checks going on over here. On that fancy jig, we had a bit of a look at that earlier on. So it looks like all the enduro bikes, all the TP bikes, probably well and truly done. Neil's been here all week. He's the comm. He's been certainly helping lots of riders get that sorted out. All right, we'll keep trucking around this way, see who we can find. Here's Fiona Carswell. She won't want to talk to me because she's... I'll give her a wave though. That's about as much as she'll want to say. Yeah. We'll shoot in here and see these guys. This is the Kiwi pit. Mr. Pawson, I need to get some chainring bolts from you. I do. That's right, we can talk about that later. Hey boys, Eddie, I haven't talked to you this week, have I? How's it going?
Yeah, real good, and just enjoying the week. Bit of a mental deload after Road Nationals, so just here to have fun and race my bike, really.
And what's been going on? You've been over in Europe doing road? Yeah, no?
Done 3 years in Europe now, a year in France, a year in Italy, then a year back in France. Loving it. Won my first race in Europe last year, and then back off to the same team again in a month.
That's good. Your father's just putting some chainring bolts in my head, trying to do 2 things at once. So what's on after Oceanias for you?
We'll have a couple of weeks, then we go down to Track Nationals in Invercargill, smash out again, and then I have about a week to just relax and pack my things, and then I'm back off to Europe around about the 12th of March.
Man, time goes quick. Seems like only yesterday we were ripping around in Tel Aviv. Yeah. It does go quick, doesn't it? It looks like we're doing the presentations. Hey, thanks for chatting, Eddie. Good luck for the rest of the week. Well, sorry, we'll go this way. How to try and get the shortest distance through the pit specs.
And the winners of the silver medal, also from Australia, the Australian gold team, Milan Bradshaw, April Kate and Paige Squire. And the Oceania champions for 2026 in the under-19 women teen sprint. The under-19 Kiwi team, Hazel Gardner, Minnie Collins and Lily Cameron. And as mentioned, Dominique Pugh from GJ Gardner presenting the medals. The girls will also get the Oceania Champions jerseys. Dominique will then give them a flag to fly. Generous support of track and road cycling within Waipa, and your generous support to the Waipa community in various ways. So if you are looking to build a home, please make contact with GJ Gardner. And actually on the concourse, there is a competition up on the concourse. You can guess how many nails there are. I think they're galvanised nails, flathead galvanised nails in a jar. You can write your name down and how many nails you think are in the jar. Now move on to the power up, the next event. These GJ Gardner Oceania Championships, and it is the Power B. Thank you. Power B second ride of the sprint. In the first ride, I think it was Bo Wooten took the first ride in the men's, and then we'll have the women B sprint final. And that first ride was taken by Jessa Gallagher. And then we'll have the para mixed elimination race.
Right, back to the second round of our tandem sprint racing. So just shuffling through our paperwork and getting here. So we've got the two national riders up, and that's Bo Wilton and Kane Pierce. Kane's team there showing great strength and positive racing, excelling through to the front early in the first race, holding it on and actually putting so much pressure.
Jump on him, Jace.
Yeah, putting so much pressure on Bo Wilton's combination that they actually gave up with a half lap to go.
Do you think what he might have done is got around the corner, realised that there was quite a difference in gear size, and just decided to, you know, I have no idea, but if he was riding a smaller gear, he might have thought, I would imagine some of it's ad-lib. I would doubt that they'd gone into the race going, we're going to jump from here, and they would have just seen an opportunity. But if they've got a slightly smaller gear, then I guess Bo and Byron just get on top of that gear a little bit faster. What do you think?
Yeah, could have been. They definitely would have a plan coming in of what they would want to do, and that'll be based off their strengths and what they perceive the opposition's weaknesses. But then once you start the race, you've got the plan. Sometimes that plan goes perfectly, and other times it's out the window in the first half lap. So they roll away, and Kane Pierce, his team on the front, and Bo Wooten, they're at the back, and they've gained some height already. They're moving up.
They've certainly kept that gap a lot closer this time around.
Yeah, now they're actually attacking early down underneath and looking to reverse this here. So 2 laps to go, coming through. They've got good pace on.
It must be very hard trying to go around the outside.
Look at this excel coming in here from Kane's team, pushing through to the bell. They are on the outside. Can they live there and come over the top? Bo Wooten's team, they just push through. Can they just hold through this corner here? And then hopefully a little bit of tiring on the outside, but that's not going to happen. Another strong performance.
That's a great win.
So Kane Pierce's team showing great strength. Fading away, and the riders controlling the sprint lane will come through and take the victory. So a great tactical ride there from the other Australian team of Bo Wooten. They attacked early, got control of that sprinters lane and made it a much closer race than in the first one. But in the end, out and out power and speed, hard to beat.
Hard to beat.
So now we move through to our female pairings. So we've got up in the New Zealanders in the first one. So they'll be looking to go out and get this done in 2. New Zealand team would have had a look and see what they can do differently. I suggest they'll be trying to get control of that sprint lane, much the same as the last pairing, to try and negate some of that speed difference and have control of the race.
Interesting to see that both the Australian men's teams are riding spokies for front wheels. They've got discs on the back, but then when we look at the girls here, they all look like, are they riding Karima 4 spokes?
Definitely the Australian team are. Can't quite see what the New Zealand team's riding.
I think
it might be a Mavic 5e.
Yeah.
So just rolling away, and there's the New Zealand team putting pressure on, trying to get to the front actually and take that number 1 spot away. Australian team very aware of that and pushed hard so they could maintain that 1 spot on the inside. New Zealand team really looking to push this hard and fast early. Australian team just boxing them up against the fence and saying, if you want to come past, you're going to come around the long way. 1.5 laps to go. Australia well in control here. New Zealand
it's going to be a big drag race, Jace.
Yeah, New Zealand team working really hard, burning lots of matches up the top of the track. Australian team into the sprint proper now, got control of that sprint lane. I think it'll be very hard for the Kiwi pairing to come over top. For about 1.5 laps and look at maybe just trying to create some distance where they could come down under the Australian team and try and get the sprint lane.
Here in New Zealand, so it should be quite an awesome experience and learnings for everyone. There's some very, very talented bike riders here. You know, when we look locally with Devon Briggs. Hey, Jace?
Yep, 100%. So lining up out there, we've got Lewin Edwards, Gregory Marfell, Lindsay File, Aaron Normoli, Corey Boddington, Maxwell Sudholes, Nicole Murray, Quinn Stowe, Devon Briggs, Gordon Allen.
So it appears
Corey's coming out in his rainbow bands, world champion band. So when we're talking class field, you don't get any more classy than a world champion. So just sorting themselves out and asking the commissaires whether they're riding from the rail or off the blue band. So Lewin just rolling up here. He's at number 1 from the fence. Powerful rider.
Very powerful rider.
Look for him to feature towards the end. Devon Briggs, Corey Boddington, the world champ. Of course, you're going to expect him to be there at the pointy end of the race. Lindsay File rolling up here in the TAA colours, doing it for the Masters. You're going to be mixing in here with these young fellas and showing them how it's done.
Lindsay is a great supporter of local cycling. So as Jay said, you'll see him there in the TA kit. He's always at club racing, feverish on it, isn't he? It's awesome.
100%. You're very, very passionate about cycling, both on and off the bike. So Brendan just going through, checking to make sure that everyone's in the correct positions. He'll give the riders their starting order and blow the whistle, they'll be away. And as Mike alluded to earlier on in the commentary, last night's elimination in the Omnium was full of hustle and bustle, so we'll see how this pans out here. as everyone's fighting for position not to be that last wheel across the line.
I look forward to see how, both you and I have watched Devon over many, many years race. He's very savvy, very crafty bike rider. He certainly doesn't mind mixing it up, does he?
No, exactly. So Devon quite often in club racing, etc., he's racing with the standard elite men,
The
able-bodied,
yep.
mixing it up with them and doing well. So that's great training for him. It's coming into a race like this.
He certainly won't be afraid to ride it from the back.
No, and he'll have Corey in his sights because on the world stage, Devon likes to be at that pointy end. So he'll be wanting to get one up and go, you may be world champ, but I got you today. And likewise, Corey will be looking out for Devon and going, no, mate, I am the world champ for a reason.
Absolutely.
So just rolling around here, just rolling through the neutral laps. So we've got one rider just drifting off the back there, may have a mechanical issue. Or
No, first
rider eliminated. Sorry, I'm behind the ball.
So if you watch, and this when we talk about bite schools, if you watch Devon second to the back here, he's just going to pick them off one by one. That appears to be his tactic at the moment.
Aussie rider diving down the inside
down
there, which can be dangerous and will prove dangerous on this occasion.
So very different ways of riding, and Elam. Corey's riding it from the front.
So that was Erin Normal. She's just been eliminated there. As they come through another neutral lap, they get the bell. So last across the line will be eliminated on this time. So Devon just sitting on the outside again of Quinn. Quinn having a look around, and he's just backed out there, but he's going to need to move and move quickly as Devon's just holding him down there, trapping him down the bottom, giving him nowhere to go and just picking him off. And that's Quinn. He's been eliminated. So rolling through, and you see Devon just dropping down again, trying to get into the draft, but staying high on the track, trying to get a little bit of recovery. He is having to travel faster riding around the outside, which is taxing in itself.
Lindsay Falk's going to find himself in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah, in a very awkward position there. As you see them start to fan out as they're coming through the corner. So Lindsay really has nowhere to go. He has to hope that he can suck up the inside. Oh, and that was close, but that was Lindsay done. Only just. Nicole Murray lucky to get through there. So here in Devon just sitting up outside, and there's Corey's just sitting one back, one out, staying out of trouble.
Nicole probably needs to move forward just a little bit earlier.
So see the Australian rider just pushing through. She'll be looking to hook that wheel and hopefully get that through to the front.
Nicole's mixing up with 5 blokes. She's
So
doing a
Devon
great
just
job.
pushing over top of Nicole and easing through.
Can Nicole get over the top of the Australian rider? She can't.
So it's Nicole Murray. She's out. So Maxwell's been sitting down the bottom at the front for a while now, pushing all the wind on the front. Be starting to feel the fatigue, and he's going to have to start watching as these riders who have been conserving a little bit start fanning out and coming around the outside.
Corey's just trying to protect his second wheel there.
Yeah, so as
Devon's now starting to
Lewin
come
and
up.
Devon start to excel over the top, you see Corey kick through. He's not wanting to get himself boxed in.
Quite possibly they would have seen...
305, Gordon Allen just eliminated there.
They would have seen Lewin's jump the other day in the scratch race, wasn't it? He's a very, very powerful man.
He is very powerful. And we've mentioned this before, you don't want to take a sprinter to the line. So there's Lewin just looking to kick forward again. So Maxwell,
he probably needs
he'll
to
be
try
in
and
trouble
find a
here.
way, yeah.
It doesn't look like he's got the legs. He's done a lot of work on the front early on here. Hasn't got the legs to push forward with the other trio. and he'll come through and get eliminated. So Lewin's gone through to the front and he's taking control. Corey finds himself on the back now. He's going to have some work to do, and he'll be looking to try and pick Devon off like Devon's picked off a lot of riders. They're coming through to get the bell now.
Devon just leaving a little bit of space to run at the wheel and then push Corey up the track.
He sees Corey looking to excel now, though it's just starting to move forward. He'll push forward up. Oh, Corey's having to drop down in behind here. Devon looking back, keeping an eye on him.
Devon's skill level.
Very nice, powerful ride by Lewin. Devon riding very smart, very canny rider.
Oh,
and
nice
now we're
work by
down to
Lewin.
a match sprint.
Has he
Lewin just
protected
needs
the
to
back of
drop
him?
back a little bit because
Yeah, he's
Devon
nice,
can
left
come
it
under
open.
him right there as he does. So Devon leads through into the bell lap. Lewin getting a little messy as he lays down the power, but he's running back
He's
into the
running
wheel
hard at
now. And here he comes. Can he get himself bars up through the corner? No, you see the power of the corner take over there as Devon had control of the sprint lane.
Nice
Devon
ride.
comes through for a great win. A great ride by those three gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Oliver Ward and the red number, William Brown. Team 13, Open Country. The black number, Riley Crampton.
Okay, so we have 9 teams about to come up onto the track for the under-19 junior men's Madison. So there's a lot of talent here, Jace.
So what are our pairings, our teams there, Mike?
So the Whoosh team, Benson Boys and Remy Dalton.
Ooh, good team.
Good team. Benson's had a wonderful week. Then we've got for South Australia, Oliver Ward, who's been very, very good. William Brown's also been very, very good this week. They've been right at the pointy end of a lot of things. Open Country, we've got Riley Crampton and Lachlan Stewart. Then QAS, Lachlan Walters, who was exceptional last night in their points race with Samuel Hilditch. Canterbury Track, we've got Oliver Clark and Jesse Johnson, good pairing there. Then Pista Corsa Green, we've got Jamie Henderson, very savvy bike rider with Jack Allen, very big, powerful time trialer. Pista Corsa Blue, we've got Max Allen, very, very gutsy rider. You'll see him off the front at some stage with Cole Feringa, who's very, very good roadie. Big engine as well. Burgos, we've got Nick Smith and Daniel Grieve. And then the Grammar Lion team, we've got James Turnbull and Edward Corbett. This is quite a mouthful, mate.
She is, yeah, definitely. 100%. Now, question.
Edward
Jack
Corbett,
Allen,
we've
Max
almost
Allen.
got the biggest and the smallest as far as the team goes. If you look the size, Edward Corbett's big boy. There's some real height here with some of these guys.
So just lining up on the fence here.
So over the last few years, the Madison's become quite an integral part of track cycling. It's become an Olympic event. It's an event that the public love to watch. It's always full of action. So we have a team of 2 one rider is in the race at any one time, and the other one is trying to recover.
Yeah, a lot going on. Not just trying to recover, are they, Mike?
No, they need to be able to gauge where to change, and obviously, effectively, there's always chaos. So you want to be changing with, like, it's anything from lap and a quarter to 3/4 of a lap to go to throw your sprinter in. But it's hard to get it to, you can't really go on with a lap strategy simply because things happen all the time. So you just need to make sure that if you get out of sync, you find your way back again to throw your partner back into. And then obviously you've got to look at your partner's strengths and weaknesses as well, because if someone's good at going off the front and he's with a sprinter, he doesn't want to be putting the pressure on a sprinter with 8 laps to go. So there needs to be a lot of timing and planning between all of them.
So Queensland team pushing forward, coming over and taking control of the race there. I noticed that the rider out of the race stayed on the fence longer than most, letting the bunch come past before leaving. So a tactic there, they'll be looking to obviously have the first rider in the race go a little bit longer. This is coming through, 118 laps on the board.
The big thing here, like if you're one of these teams, you want to be changing in the first 4 riders. You'll start seeing that as the race gets faster, if you're changing midfield towards the back, you're trying to weave through other bike riders, and it becomes a bit messy and you can lose. So we just saw a change missed then by the green team.
There'll be open country.
Should be open country.
So just rolling around now, whoosh on the front there, riders just coming out of turn 2, so they'll be looking to change soon. Canterbury team just dropping down in to make their change now. And here you see the open country rider coming in, tagging his partner so that he can get into the race and his partner can do some recovery there. So good awareness that he didn't have to stay out of the race, he just had to work a little bit harder to get himself into the race. So watch team on the front just leading through. As we see the Sassy team just dropping down to make a change. Whoosh team just looking to swing off and let that fresh Sassy rider come to the front and lead them around.
So Canterbury coming through now. He laps off. South Australia lap off.
And that's the open country. Just come through, take the front. They're not there for long, followed by Queensland. And here come the Corsa Pista teams.
It's good. They need to pick up speed, although they've just missed a change.
Yeah, interesting. Nothing stopped them from making that change there. Maybe a tactical decision.
I think it's just lack of awareness. So Queensland now starting to put the speed on. We've got 2 laps to go.
Just dropping down to make the change. You
South
see the Sassy
Australia
rider going around the
top.
outside nicely. They're coming in to make their change right on the bell.
Change with 3/4 to go.
So they'll be hard to beat from there with the acceleration. Didn't need to look behind. So Sassy should be able to hold this one from here. Queensland will come through for the second place.
Just fighting Lachlan Walters.
Open country and whoosh.
Country, whoosh.
Sassy and Queensland looking to keep this going. They've opened themselves out a little gap. Whoosh coming in to make the change. Hopefully over a good change they'll close that gap down easy.
Oh, it's a nice change. He's used the banking well.
And so
you can see that if you're changing around, we see that the top 4 teams are all there together, able to change well. The other teams are all fighting to get back to them. They will have had to navigate more traffic.
So we'll see what the South Australian team here, just making a change on the front. Looks like they're just happy to keep the tempo going. Open country losing a little bit ground there on their change. They want to maintain their position when coming into change, so then they're not burning matches trying to close gaps.
The key for these guys, when you're not in the race, you need to ride slow. So some of these boys are riding quite fast and around the top. they just need to slow down, take some pressure off the rider that's down the bottom. If they're riding too fast, when you're out of the race, your rider down the bottom has to travel further. So having the confidence to ride around the banking very, very slowly is a difficult job.
Interesting there from the Grammar Lions. Rider jumped down to make the change and got waved off. So whilst the rider bad change there by Open Country. Just losing their grip. Yeah, they definitely made the touch. Now they've gone under a change. And
the purple team, it wasn't Queensland.
So purple team, that's Burgos. I don't know if they actually made a touch.
No, they didn't.
So whether the commissaires pick up on that being an illegal change.
See the speed red hot now as they're coming in with 2 laps to go. Benson Boys looking to set his rider up.
And here come Queensland and Sassy attacking over the top. They're looking to get to their change coming into the bell.
Oh, this is well done. Lap and a quarter to go.
Queensland make theirs on the bell. Sassy just after.
Nice change as well. Can he run at that wheel?
It's a bit of a big gap. Doesn't seem to be closing it down. I think Queensland are going to hold that there. Whoosh team just making their change a little bit too late.
A little bit too late.
So Queensland from Sassy, and they're looking to pour this on, and they're going to hurt the Whoosh team here, chase them down.
Oh, they're opening this up.
Just looking back, and actually Sassy very strong. They're putting a gap into the Queensland team as well. Just looking to swing
Queensland
up.
Coming down to make the change.
Yeah, very smart. Swinging up, letting Queensland make the change, and then they'll tuck in behind that fresh rider. But they're not really interested in pushing on, so we'll see it come back together. See Open Country and Canterbury just getting onto the back here now. Sassy team making their change. Queensland just taking all the pace out of the race now. And you see the 2 Pista teams and Burgos coming back to the bunch now.
Kolfringer, he's going to have a crack over the front. He's gone over the top. Queensland look well aware. Oh, he didn't carry it on.
No, he backed out of that there. It's a lot of effort just to come casually to the front. Queensland doing a great job of covering that, going up the track, taking up height as they saw Pista Corsa coming around, and then just tracked them down, and now they're moving in to make a change. Canterbury coming around the outside.
Pista probably needed just to fight harder for that position. You know, once you're in first place or second wheel, like you don't want to give it up.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when you're making your changes in clear air. You're not having to navigate other riders that are out of the race.
So it looks like Open Country putting the pressure on.
So yeah, just attacking. Just pushing through, having a look back to see where they're going. Just been through 94 laps to go. So they're looking to open up a gap. A little bit of a while before they come through for the sprint. So the rider out of the race really needs to be slowing up so they can make this change in turns 3 and 4.
Canterbury coming through. Jack Allen. Jack Allen's got some here as well.
See, just a little bit fast, and they're making that change midway down the straight, more or less to the end of the straight going into turn 1, so they're not getting the full effect of that banking. But still a healthy lead coming around. They're going to get the bell.
Interesting to see that. And he split. Oh, he didn't know. That's great bike skills. Great bike skills.
See the riders there just coming under the Sassy change there. Everything was very tight. Managed to get that change in. Queensland slinging in now. Will they be able to...
Oh, and he held it up. That's great skills by Lachlan Walters.
Sassy rider not giving him any room at all to come out of that lane.
He's probably going to have a word to him when he comes past him.
Yeah, but it was great skills by both riders. But the Sassy rider well within his rights. He was outside the sprinter's lane. He was just holding his line. Queensland rider just looking to move up off that change as the pace went on. Couldn't quite hold the bike down. So 88 on the front. See the commissaire pointing to Sassy on the front of the race. So they come and make their change, and all the riders going up just so they stay on the outside. So you don't want to go under a change or in between a change. Those are kind of the unwritten rules. Canterbury on the front, making a nice easy change here. Whoosh just pulling up aside, dropping back in behind.
South Australia have, after dominating first two wheels, they've been happy just to try and suck a few wheels for a few laps, take a few deep breaths. Now they're moving up again. They've been trying to cover the Queensland team wherever possible. Queensland and Sassy seem to be glued together, don't they, Jace? Look at him, he's just sitting on his hip again now.
Yeah, very much so. But this is where the South Australian rider out of the race now, he should actually be kind of getting himself in sync with the Queensland rider.
Absolutely.
So that they're dropping in and they're doing the change together. So there's no point where the other team can take advantage of fresh legs coming in against some tired legs. Right, let's try and open up a gap here and get ourselves the sprint, a little lead heading into the sprint.
Because it will happen at some stage.
So Pista Corsa Green just looking to push up around the outside. Doesn't appear to be a full-blooded attack.
So it's all calm again, but we've got 3 laps to go. So you watch to look these riders start to fight for position. That
be from the heat and humidity inside. Craig's heading up to the circuit breakers now. Craig being the operations manager here at the Velodrome. He did inform us earlier on. It's just over 30 degrees, 65% humidity in the Velodrome today, so very hot and sticky. May have caused just a little bit of problems with the electronics here in the Velodrome. So race has been neutralised with 89 to go. So it'll just take a while because halogen lights here in the stadium, so they'll need to get them back on, then they'll have to warm back up, but they'll be pretty hot anyway, so it shouldn't take too long. You want to throw to you? So we'll just throw to some adverts so that we can get some bang for buck out of our sponsors.
So we can all compete at our best without putting ourselves and our health at risk.
I think it's important to maintain the integrity of our nation, of our sport, and stay true to the values that we hold as individuals.
So we can all compete on an even level so that all the results are untainted. We need a level playing field, and I feel like in New Zealand we should do more about celebrating the success of how clean our athletes are, and I think that's a really thing we should be proud of as a nation. And Kiwis are always punching above their weight. We punch above our weight, more testing than probably anyone else around the world, and being clean and turning up to competition and ultimately standing on a podium or doing a personal best when you've done it cleanly with nothing but hard work, and fair play is a pretty bloody good feeling. That's why.
Outstanding.
I would be really excited to see people pick up cycling and take that beyond the school gates, beyond the velodrome, beyond the mountain bike tracks. We structure our cycling program at St. Peter's from pathways to development to HP in 3 disciplines. We have mountain biking, track and road, and we provide opportunities for everybody. We invite people who are just learning to ride a bike to people who are trying to think about the Olympics. Cycling's a really good option for everybody. You can do it indoors, you can do it on a trail, you can do it on a park.
So my cycling journey began way back when I was in year 7. I started out on the road, and I actually had an incredible group of 5 other girls with me. We all had our first event at the North Island Road Secondary School's Chance, which we fought really hard, but we just hadn't had the same level of exposure as some of the other year 8 teams had. But it really built an incredible culture and environment behind us that then pushed us all into doing track.
So as a junior cyclist, I feel like the older kids in cycling really give you a push along, like they really help you and they want you to be better, which is, yeah, really nice. There is a pretty big junior squad for year 7 and 8.
I think success looks like in cycling when we develop a love of the sport. Cycling's not just a sport, it's a mode of transport, it's a means of freedom. But there's going to be a bonus double points sprint somewhere in the middle. You'll know because the bell will be rung extremely aggressively.
For me personally, in the last couple of years, I believe that it's been really important to build a connection with the people that I've been riding with, especially some of the younger ones. I would really like to try and leave behind a legacy of connecting with everyone.
To me, the cycling program excels in opportunities, and I think we're one of the best programs in New Zealand in terms of that. We offer a lot of options, not just on the track, and mountain bike and road, where they can excel internationally, nationally. We provide one-on-one coaching, we provide lots of different options in terms of nutrition, training advice, skills.
I think the really awesome part about cycling is it doesn't matter whether you're just in for one discipline. All of the different disciplines are very easily adaptable. You can shift between them as often as you want to, and it's not super scary to do that either.
I do track and road and a little bit of mountain biking.
We try and structure our training program to peak at certain times of year and prioritise fitness at other times of year. We have multiple trainings a week and cycling's year round.
Luckily we have Rushley Buchanan. She's a very good cyclist. She's a former Olympic person. She's awesome. The skills I'm learning are cornering, descending and climbing.
Or a chill bell will signify the next lap is a sprint lap. Normal points, okay? 5, 3, 2, 1. Our major cycling values are respect, accountability, ownership and leadership. I think that it's really important to own your own journey. It needs to be purposeful and you need to feel like you belong, and that's what we try and encourage here in the cycling team.
It's super encouraging. Everyone who does it is really lovely, and you almost find lifelong friends that you're going to continue cycling with in school and out of school as well.
I've made lots of friendships. Everyone's just so nice and you just get those bonds, and in the train of people on road, you just get to know everyone.
Balancing the need for participation and the drive for high performance is really critical in cycling. Cycling's a major sport in New Zealand. We have a lot of Olympic medals from the cycling team, and so here in Cambridge at the Grassroots Trust Velodrome, we're literally in the home of cycling, so success is visible every day. Go Johnny! I believe cycling encompasses body, mind and spirit perfectly. To ride a bike you have to be focused, you have to be determined, you have to know what's going on in your surroundings, but it's also quite a relaxed sport.
A lot of being out on the road is being involved in some traffic occasionally. We're lucky enough in Cambridge and our locational context to not have too much of that. The ability to communicate, you end up next to someone when you're riding in a train, you have to be able to talk to them, you get to know them, have a good time, and I think it turns it into a social event and helps that time pass by really quickly, which is great.
It's really a sport for holistic development. You have to think while you're riding your bike. It's very social, you'll always meet other people.
Cycling doesn't have to be anything huge, you can go out for a really easy mountain bike around our school ring road or into town. We've got heaps of different cycling pathways really near school, and take it as easy or as hard as you want to, really.
Everybody belongs, everybody's here for their own purpose, but for the purpose of the whole team as well. Having a facility like this, the Velodrome, and some great trails and mountain bike tracks here in Cambridge means there's always an opportunity to ride your bike.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Just a shot of the outside there, because it's definitely light out there, but I can tell you it is starting to brighten up in here. The lights have been reset, they're just starting to warm up. And I imagine there's just be a bit of discussion going on around getting everything back up to speed. I'll get the riders back up on the rail and restart the race. The good news is that it was only the lights that tripped out, so the live stream stayed live. Could have been big dark screen there for a minute, and everything like the lap boards and all the computers in the infield were all still running. So you can see a few people walking around outside, but there's people coming inside again, so that's all good. We'll flick us over to the main shot. There it is. Looks far more promising. And yeah, about, well, what are we? Still plenty of good 89 laps to come, so plenty of racing. I'm not sure how the rider's going to feel about it. The old legs would have cooled down a little. I'm sure they jumped on the rollers, trying to stay activated, but either way it's going to be a little tough. I will hand you back to the commentary team, and yeah, hopefully we keep the lights on, so to speak.
So, Craig and the team here at the Velodrome done a good job of reset all those breakers and got the lights coming back on, and as you can see they're slowly warming up and the track's getting nice and bright. As described by John McDonnell yesterday, the lights have to get up to a certain amount of looms that make them good for the coverage of the cameras. If it's too dull in here, the cameras aren't going to be able to focus, and you get a blurry picture coming through, and it's not much fun for those watching at home on the live stream. Live stream brought to you by VeloX. So Mike and I don't often talk about this. Simon's very good at that. Clicking on the like and subscribe button. I'm not quite sure how many viewers Damo's up to now and how many people he's got subscribing to the channel, but he's always looking to grow that and get more and more and more. So 180 people watching online at the moment now. Oh, look at that. We've got 1,000 views. So yesterday we were at 800 odd views. Today we've cracked 1,000. Oh, here we go. How many subscribers are we up to now, Damo? We don't know how many subscribers are there, but
the good thing, if you subscribe, basically when you turn on your YouTube, and there'll be a recommended site that comes up for you. If track cycling that Damo has organised, I guess, video work for, it'll come straight up in your recommended, and then you can just jump straight on and watch it. So
yeah, it makes it. There's also a poll going out for a VeloX T-shirt that goes to one of the Australian teams or the New Caledonia team. So you get online and vote for the team that you would like to see to be presented with a VeloX T-shirt.
Sassy and New Caledonia are doing well. They're 38% each.
So Damo just off air there, he's feeding us through all these stats. He is the technical guru that brings all of this to you under his VeloX channel. So please do support him and like and subscribe.
So Whoosh lead us away again. I guess if there was a benefit to the hiccup with the lights is that we've got 89 laps to go. So they'll come around for the free lap. Gun will go. Next time around they've got 88 laps, and so at least they weren't going straight into a sprint. So everyone can just let their legs just warm up again, because some of these guys we noticed weren't on the rollers. A lot of them just went down and sat down. A lot of communication, I guess, between riders and just talking about tactics coming through.
It'll be interesting to see if there's any tactical changes. No doubt all their coaches would have got in their ears and say, hey, You need to be doing a little bit more of this. You need to watch this. This is what this other team are doing consistently.
Correct. Queensland now just starting to come through. They want to hit the front.
And no doubt every team would have said, watch out for the Queensland guys. They're on the attack all the time, and here they go again.
Open country on their wheel. They're putting pressure on Sassy straight away.
Yeah, so
Sassy just floating. And
Sassy and Whoosh just getting caught out a little bit here behind the Pista Corsa team. And so let's see if Open Country and Queensland work together here a bit to try and open out a bit of a gap, put some pressure on them. You see the riders out of the race have got themselves out of sequence, so the changes are becoming a little bit messy, and it's a little bit harder for them to get back to those teams. But
Sassy having to do a lot of work, Jace, to get back through to the front four.
Yeah, Pista Corsa Blue closing it up nicely, but Sassy having to do the work all on their own because they're off the back of that little group. And now that they're back, you see Queensland just take the pace out of the race. So, all right, now that you've chased us down and you've burnt some matches, we'll take it easy.
One thing with points races is that a lot of points can be gained deep into the race. If you can carry good legs into those last 30, 40 laps, then you can accumulate a lot of points rapidly. You can take a lap. So it will be interesting to see, I guess, just how the fatigue levels and some of these guys go. Sassy now putting pressure on Queensland. Open Country, they're following those wheels very, very well. Open Country fighting hard, trying to go around the top of them. Can't quite do it.
No,
Falls back into second wheel.
Smart decision there. They're only going to burn their legs trying to go around the outside. Come back in, get in the draft, roll through, pick up the easy second place points, and then reassess. So Sassy just keeping it on a little bit, but not a full-blooded attack. Just saying that if you want to get back up to us, I'm going to make you work. As soon as the teams get back on, swing up. Queensland coming through, followed by Whoosh and Canterbury.
So Sassy getting the 5, Open Country 3. Queensland were 2. So Sassy now lead on 16 points. Queensland have got 12, Open Country 11. So it's very, very close at the pointy end. Whoosh probably need to just start chipping away and getting a couple more points.
I'm actually surprised Whoosh are down there on 4 points. They've been prominent at the front of the race, but obviously just not accumulating points in the sprint.
Open Country now just putting pressure on the other riders.
Canterbury team coming in, making their
nice
change.
Tempos.
You see the gap opening out as they slow down to make the change.
Canterbury being forced to close the gap.
Open Country here, yeah, wise decision swinging up because he's got over a half a lap before he gets back to his rider, which will probably equate to at least a couple of laps, Mike.
Yeah, some of these boys off the track are actually riding very quick. Just need to slow down a little bit. Do some favours for their teammate.
So they should absolutely be creeping along on those straights and just enough pressure on the pedals to get themselves around through the corners, and only starting to pick up the pace as they're dropping in to make their changes. Because that's really going to hurt your riders and hurt your team if you're in there for long periods of time. You want to get in, make a quick couple of laps, get out, recover quickly, get back in again. Really share that workload, turning it over quickly.
4 laps to go to the next sprint, so look to see the acceleration start to happen. Both Sassy and Queensland are not quite wanting to dig it in just yet.
No, Queensland doing enough just to keep Sass on the outside.
Here we go.
Here come Pista Corsa attacking over. Nice move.
Nice work, Jack Allen. He's a big boy. He's got plenty of power. Sassy. They chase him down.
So 2 laps to go, 1.5. They'll come back and get the bell on this one. Oh, look at Sassy closing down that gap, coming in. They're going to make their change
Looks
just
like
after
they're going
the
to make
bell.
a change with a quarter to go.
Gap opened out on their change, but they're carrying plenty of speed.
Get in and get some speed, Pista. Is it Jamie Henderson?
Coming in that change.
Oh, they missed
they
the
haven't made
change.
the change.
They still got second, but now
this is
Jack
going to
Allen's
hurt
got
them.
to do a lot of work. You can't look back. He needs to get some cover behind the wheel.
Oh, look.
Queensland holding up high, going, mate, you just keep riding.
Yep. They're
they're all making a very... Jack needs to lap off.
Yep.
Open Country coming in for their change.
The race has slowed right down. He needs to get off the front so he's not pushing that wind. You can see how tired he's looking. He's rocking from side to side. He's just praying that he gets to his change anytime soon.
Now he probably needs to accelerate. Try and get a nice clean change and fresh air.
So Burgos been flying under the radar a lot. They're on the front now. Just cruising around, looking to come up and make a change, coming into turn 3. Good.
So 67 laps to go.
So everything a little pedestrian, although Canterbury just coming to the front, just lifting the pace a little bit. Jamie Henderson for Pista Corsa just jumping onto the wheel there.
Yeah, with Queensland and Sassy being so active, so it might be an opportunity for the likes of Canterbury to just put some pressure on.
So Sassy on 21 points at the moment, Queensland on 14, so they've got a bit of a comfortable gap. Still, they'll want it to be a little bit more because double points on the last.
Sassy just making their way forward. Looks like Open Country.
Yeah, Open Country looking to lead this in, coming through, 63 to go.
Oh, he's got himself a nice little gap. Oh, and the rider's in good position.
Yeah, very nice. Going to drop down here, make that change, using that banking to get that acceleration up. Probably just a little late on that change. Just a bit of a shame. Should have just held that height a little bit longer before dropping down. But here comes Sassy looking to attack over the top. They know they're coming back to get the bell.
Oh, and they're going to make a change with a lap and a quarter to go. This is great work.
Oh,
Sassy,
nice
mate,
timing.
well drilled. Well drilled.
Open Country looking to hold on as Whoosh are powering through from the 4th spot. But they're having to ride up around the Canterbury and the Queensland rider as Canterbury made a change. It really hurt the Whoosh team there.
Open Country just, unfortunately changed just a little bit too early. Put a lot of pressure on the sprinter.
Yeah, struggling to get back to their rider now and get that change in.
So, front of the race is Canterbury. They've just lapped off, let Whoosh through. They've now lapped off, Queensland coming through. So, Queensland and Sassy both glued to each other.
Yeah, Sassy won't want to let Queensland get away anywhere here. They're sitting on a little bit of a lead, but they'll know if Queensland got out and away from them, they could possibly take a lap, start picking up points and close their deficit down. So they'll just be looking to shadow them.
So Benson boys looking to come down, make the change with Dalton.
And just saw the Queensland team. They just started to move up the outside, and South Australian team just straight onto their wheel. So just taking a little bit of a breather here, a little lull in proceedings. 55 laps as they come through this time. So they'll be starting to position themselves, starting to think about the sprint.
We can't be far off, Jace, a team actually trying to be really dominant and trying to take a lap.
See Pista Corsa.
Max Allen, yeah.
Just putting in a bit of an excel, but then only getting halfway up the bunch and kind of backing out. So it's
like Open Country just trying to get themselves in a good position to jump onto Lachlan Walters' wheel.
Yeah, so
making a change.
They know that Queensland are going to open us up, so they're just looking. Although they've then just given that position up to the Whoosh team.
They did.
Interesting move there.
3 laps to go.
And Open Country are going to be making their change now. Again, they're making it too early before the sprint. So it's going to be a long time for this rider in during the sprint.
They're out by a lap and a half, eh?
Burgos are just coming through to attack. They're throwing their rider in, but he's going to have to do 2 laps.
So Queensland straight on that. Sassy straight on to Queensland.
Yeah, so Queensland, they'll be looking to make their change out of turn 4.
Oh, look at... Oh, yeah, Sassy, nice riding.
They
they
missed
missed
the change.
So, Lachlan Walters, and he's held off the Sassy rider, but they've now got a fresh pair of legs coming in. Can he run at the wheel? Lachlan Walters, he's pushing out wide. Oh, and Sassy, fresh wheels, eh?
Oh, yes. And see, that's the difference. Queensland missed their change, so they had tied legs in there. Sassy made their change, nice fresh legs. Came through, rolled them on the line, picking up the maximum points. Queensland picking up second place. Burgos coming through for third.
So Whoosh didn't score again. Open country, they're still just getting points. They just got the 1 point. Burgos got 2.
Here goes the Whoosh team. They attack. Sassy immediately swung up and said, they're no threat to us. You guys chase.
Queensland working hard to close that gap and closing it well.
Yeah, now they've got a bit of a gap here as the Sassy team are coming into turn 3. They're coming out of turn 4, so Queensland should really look to attack now and try and maybe get a lap.
So I think, did Whoosh just make a change? So we've got, so it's Remy Dolden he's chewing his handlebars, trying to hold the wheel.
He's coming up.
Drift.
He's just got to hang in there. He's getting to his partner now. They'll make the change in this corner. Needs to close up that gap to the Queensland team.
Benson boys, very, very powerful. Closes through.
Sassy.
Queensland asking them to do some work.
Sassy are closing up the gap now, but they've been working very hard. How will this affect them coming into the next sprint? Coming through, 44 on the board. So 2 more laps, 3 more laps, we're into the sprint proper.
So it looks like Grammar Line have just been given the red flag. Queensland making the change.
And Sassy have just got back. So they'll be looking to recover now. They'll just sit in the wheels. They won't want to come through. So Whoosh on the front now. Interesting, didn't make their change as they went past, didn't even try. Coming through 42, so they won't get back to make the change before the sprint. Again, they're going to have some tired legs coming in. Sassy coming in to make their change. They'll have a lap and a half. Queensland will probably make theirs just after the bell.
Yeah, Benson's got a lot of work just to close. It's only a 5 metre gap. They're working hard.
So Queensland are going to make their change. 3/4 of a lap to go for the sprinter. Nice gap, so they're not going to pull them back from there. Sassy looking to come through, hold on for that second spot. Minimise the amount of points that they're leaking.
It's great bike riding, open country, able to make a nice change just after the sprint finish. Sprinter takes the rest.
Open country just pouring it on here a little bit, just opening it out, see who's keen to chase.
They're doing well, and they just keep accumulating points, don't they? You know, they're on 16 points. I think, is it...
Sitting in third spot at the moment.
But they're only 1 point down, so it's all very, very close. Let's face it, if you're on the front, other people are having to chase you.
So you see the Sassy team just moving up. Now Queensland are having to respond to that. So Sassy on 31, Queensland 17, open country 16. Very close for that second place. Sassy quite a dominant lead now. They won't be worried about those double points at the end as long as they're in the mix. Coming through, 36 on the board to go. Everyone just taking a little bit of a breather, recovering, getting ready.
The Queensland team have looked very, very good. I'm surprised that they haven't actually tried stretching the legs of some of these other teams.
Yeah, they've pushed out a couple of times and opened up gaps, but been quite conservative about it. They haven't gone full in. I guess they're somewhat protecting their second spot, knowing that Open Country aren't far behind. They don't want to burn all their matches going for a lap if it's not going to come off.
Open Country just starting to look like there's a little bit of fatigue in the wheels there, in the legs.
So 33 on the board. They'll start to pick up the pace now as they
take off the front by Canterbury.
Just lifting the pace a little bit. See Pista Corsa just falling off the back and struggling to get back to the wheels.
Can see the effort, like some of the riders are now, you see a lot of lateral movement from some of these riders now, just as they're starting to get more tired. The form just goes out a little bit, pedaling gets harder.
I'm not quite sure. The Open Country rider here out of the race, he's riding around down the bottom of the track, making it very hard for his man to get to him.
Oh, and he's riding at 100 miles an hour.
So here comes Sassy. They're coming through. They may actually roll these guys because they're coming through with speed. They've just made their change. Now watch this as they come into the home straight.
Oh, he's trying to hit him just after the line.
That beautifully timed.
Yeah. Was it Sassy over Canterbury there?
Yeah, Sassy over Canterbury over the Open Country, picking up third there.
Oh, here we go. Attack from Bush.
The Bush team.
Benson Boys. Is it Benson Boys?
So, Whoosh...
no, it's Remy Dalton.
A little bit down on the points here, so I don't think any of our leaders will be too worried.
They certainly need to... They need to do something.
So Whoosh team currently down in 5th on 5 points. So
yeah, Remy Dalton's got a lead of probably 45 metres.
If they want to get back into this race, they need to take a lap. They've got 27 laps to do it in, but they need to commit. It's all in or nothing.
So, and with Sassy being so far in front, they should just need to work with Sassy.
So, yeah, Sassy riders coming up, closing down that gap. They didn't need to, but they have. And now I guess they'll be hoping that Whoosh are going all in for that lap, and they'll work with them to try and get away and extend their lead some more. See, if I was Burgos and Open Country, I would be looking at Queensland and saying, you need to chase.
Yeah, well, Burgos on minus 17. They don't need to do all that hard work. Certainly Open Country do.
They need to stick with Queensland. There's a race within the race between those two teams. But Sassy should be keen to stretch this out with the Whoosh team. If they took a lap now, that would be race over. Whoosh team really struggling here now. You see the pace coming out as, yeah, Remy's...
To be honest, yeah, Sassy probably needs to drop him, just needs to put the hammer down. And
although Queensland have made their way back up and have just joined on the back of the group, coming in to make a change so they get fresh legs back into the race.
Benson Boys working hard, trying to close that gap back up again.
Coming in to get the bell for the sprint, so that's why Sassy have put down the hammer again. So Whoosh team should just be happy to just come through here and accumulate some points. Open Country here working hard to try and get over top of Queensland. And
is Benson going to try and pick up the extra points? No, he's happy with second.
But Open Country do come through and they pull another point back on the Queensland team. That may move Open Country up.
Are they tied?
Let's just wait till the points come through.
So Whoosh on the front again. Queensland 24, Open Country 22.
So they're going to have to do that a couple of more times if they want to get in front. So here goes Whoosh, just attacking from up on high. And again.
Oh, Open Country just missed the back wheel there.
Yeah. Sassy chasing down the gap. They don't need to chase down the Whoosh team. They're no threat to them at all. But as competitive as these young fellas are, they don't want to let anyone get away.
No, they want to show they're dominant. They've ridden superbly well.
So QAS there, just up right on behind Sassy. Open Country have fallen away here. Struggling to get to that change. There's just too long between changes for Open Country. And you see the ground that they've lost, and now the rider getting thrown in has to work incredibly hard if he wants to get back.
Whoosh can certainly use this to their advantage if they can keep this gap.
Although at this point in the race, with the team so stretched out, what is the bunch? Where will they take a lap? So if the Pista Corsa teams can come back together with the Canterbury team and Burgos, I would assume they would say that is the bunch, if they can come back together. Hey, there you go, Manu.
So, Sassy, Whoosh and Queensland putting the pressure on the rest of the field.
So,
Sassy really don't need to do too much, do they? Just need to cover.
Now they've got a 20-point buffer there. They'd have to fall off to lose the race from here. Queensland, Open Country, they're battling it out for that second and third
Queensland
spot.
having a go.
Yeah, look, they're attacking, and Open Country unable to respond. The fatigue of the long stints in the race are really taking a toll on them now.
Sassy's done well to make that change at the same time.
Yep, so let's see if they're happy just to follow the Queensland team through and just cover to make sure that they don't get a gap.
I think he wants it.
He wants it, all right. He wants it bad.
Oh, it's a nice
Queensland
throw.
doing well to hold on.
Yeah. I wonder if he just had a little word to him. Said, mate, you were lucky. That's awesome.
He should have. So Whoosh team just dropping in on behind of the Sassy and Queensland train. So they're on 8 points. Still got a lot of work to do if they want to get up and challenge for that podium. So 8 laps to go. They'll be looking. Sassy have got this in the bag as far as the overall race goes, but there'll be a lot of pride on the line for first across to finish the race. So you watch, these teams will battle hard.
We should have done well to get themselves back in on those wheels.
You get teams like Whoosh, even Burgos, they'll want to have a crack at trying to be first across the line in the finish here. They may be down on the points, but they want to show we missed out on points, but we were strong enough. So 5 laps to go. Whoosh looking to push on the front. Burgos on the wheel. Queensland following through. Sass just doing a little bit of work to try and close that gap. Queensland tracking nicely there on the wheel of Whoosh. Coming up, 4 to go. Will they launch a long-range attack to seal the second spot and get the kudos of being first across the line?
Now it needs to be a big, big fight to make sure that you're first, you know, like, 3 laps to go.
Oh, look, they're looking up, and this is letting Sassy come back into the race. They've just changed the rider, and you saw him instantly get down on the drops, get aero, and start pushing hard.
They need to make one more change.
Yeah, Queensland are coming up to a change now. They probably won't get to it until just after the bell, which will put them in the box seat.
Oh, Sassy around the
attacking
outside.
over the top. Nicely timed attack there. Whoosh just looking to try and hold on, get those second points coming across, but Queensland attacking hard.
Fighting hard, wow.
Sassy taking the honours of being first team across the line, just lifting the hands up, waving to the crowd as they come through. Very confident ride, very well done. They dominated from the start, rode very smart, very strong, covered all the moves, collected the points as they needed to, showed they're the stronger team at the end as well.
So we're Sassy, Queensland and Open Country for the third.
So nice ride by Sassy team, but a big round of applause too for the Queensland team. Very animated in the race, causing a lot of breaks and splits. Just Sassy strong enough to be able to close them down. Obviously got good base that they can recover to. And then attack again over top of that. So just young Mackenzie and Lucy here just coming in and throwing some curly fries at us, which is, we've grabbed them on board there. It's hard to talk and eat at the same time. So I'll just fill in a gap here while Mike's woofing some down, and then we'll swap back over and I'll be stuffing a few into my face as well. So outstanding race. What do we got coming up next there, Mike?
So now we have the under-19 women's points race. And that's going to be over 80 laps. So once again, with such a full program, we will soon see how fit these people are. So yeah, it's all good. Now we're getting pats on the back from other people that are surprised to see us up here doing what we're doing.
So if you're sitting at home in the Cambridge, Hamilton area and you're watching on the live stream, I really suggest you make the effort to get down here to the Velodrome. It's a fantastic crowd that we've got in here tonight, and you just can't beat the atmosphere of being at the stadium live.
That's right. The Velodrome is a pretty neat place.
But bring your water with you. She's very warm inside here today. So, riders just lining up. Who we got here?
It's the Keirin final. Let's just try and find our notes.
Just looking to get our start lists here.
Have we been given? There we go. So, at the fence we had Shayla Sayers, Neve McKenzie, Sienna Monteith, Holly Bishop and Lily Harvard. Then on the blue line, Jace, who do we have?
Megan Moore, Maya Pepper, Lily Keese, Madeline Bell and Hazel Johnson. So they've just been through the neutral lap. They've got the gun from the commissaire and our race has started. So 80 laps to go. Sprint every 10 laps. Double points on the last. So we'll see them just easing into their work for these first few laps and just feeling each other out before they start looking to position themselves as they're coming into 74, 73 laps to go as they start to look to get into that sprint lap. So just rolling through.
Yep, through and off, just finding their way, finding a rhythm. Some of the riders will pull a half, lap off. Some of them will just go through and off. Just trying to play quite cagey, look after all their berries for a start.
So you won't be looking to expend too much energy.
Some riders will be thinking to themselves, I don't want to take part in the first sprint or the second sprint. We've got a long race. I want points late. Try and accumulate points that way. Others will be going, well, if I miss out on a sprint, I might attack after and keep the pressure on them.
So Megan just leading through there and swinging up. Canterbury rider following the same. So there's Lily Keast. Queensland rider coming back onto the front again.
Just building momentum.
252, sorry, that's Megan coming through to the front there now. It was Sienna was just rolling through before. It looks like Shayla Sayers on the front again, just lapping up, rolling through. So we've got our Otago rider coming through, Lily Harvard, swinging up, going through. Now here comes a little bit of attack out of our Counties rider.
Counties.
Let's see the tempo going up. 74 on the board. So just having a look around,
Yeah,
seeing
she
what
decided
it is.
she can put a little bit more effort in.
57, Holly.
257.
Nice little attack here. Holly's really got to kind of push this on. Coming back, 73 to go. Can't afford to swing up or else she'll be too far back when it comes through to the sprint lap. Will she be able to hold on?
She's already forced to, just the old rubber band just to stretch out a little bit at the back.
5, so Sienna just closing that down. Megan sitting on her wheel, coming through. I'll get the bell now. So, will Sienna lead Megan out? Will Megan attack over the top, or will they be happy enough just to roll through together? No, here comes the attack over the top. Struggling to get round. Is the pace going on? And I think she'll get held on the hip there.
It's either that or is she just trying to protect position?
So Queensland coming through, picking up 1 and 2. Canties, Manikel, Neve coming through, picking up 3rd spot there. Just swinging back up. And it looks like Shayla Sayers just coming through and rolling up to the top as well. So all just sitting up high now, recovering after that sprint, just allowing the rest of the riders to get back on.
It's interesting looking at that sprint. They all looked like, your first sprint is generally the sprint that you've got the most power to put down for, and they all look very, very even, didn't they?
Yes.
Unless the Queensland rider was trying to protect rider 1. But time will tell.
Still enough. So again, we've
Sienna
got
Monteith,
Sienna Monteith just pushing off the front, swinging up again. Kenty's Manikel rider swinging up. Otago just swinging up behind them as well there. So Lily not wanting to pull on top. Shayla rolling through, start, finish, swinging up. Same with Counties rider. So 66 on the board, just rolling through, not much going on. Riders having a look around, seeing who's going to be first to open it up. Having a look, see where those riders that picked up points in the first sprint are. So pace will start coming up again. Just coming back through, and Sienna on the front again, doing a lot of work in this race. Just coming through, Lily Harvard just pushing through and up again from the Otago cycling. And Megan Moore just swinging up as well. Same with Shayla. Hazel Johnson just swinging up. No one really looking to spend any time on the front. So the pace is out of the race with them all sitting up above the blue line near the fence. So it's who's going to attack first, and here comes a little attack at the back from the Queensland riders. So Megan just leading out, Shayla onto that.
It was interesting, she just rolled through really hard and then straight off, like generally if you want to stretch, you need to be prepared to put down 2 laps,
2 on the board, so the sprint's going to be next and all the paces come back out of the race. Who's going to be first to jump?
I tell you what, now you've put the Counties riders in a nice position.
Yep, she really should try and attack off the front
She
now.
needs to jump.
It doesn't appear to be, just rolling through. So that's Maya Pepper, and here comes the Queensland train rolling over top of her.
So we've got the same 3 riders all contesting that we did in the first sprint.
So Megan just coming over the top of Sienna. Cantis Manikel, Neve coming through to pick up second.
Yeah. Megan Moore, first up.
So,
nice bike skills.
So you got the two Queensland riders out front, Sienna and Megan.
This is a good move. These guys need to work hard together.
Neve sitting in with here, so they should work together nicely and be able to pull away. No one seems interested in chasing from behind. So hopefully these girls just work together, ride a nice tempo, and look to try and take this lap. Share the points around. So Neve on the front, just handing off to Megan, and Sienna coming through. See how Sienna leads through, laps off, and Neve just coming through, working together nicely. And she's just rolling up, Megan coming through. So Megan will swing off, Sienna will come through, and these girls just working together nicely. Not quite half a lap on the bunch now. 56 on the board to go.
All right, Canterbury now is she going to try and go across?
So Shayla Sayers, she's going, well, if no one else is going to chase, I'm going to have to do it myself because I want to be in this race.
Well, you need to stretch your legs, don't you?
And she's just swung up. No one's interested in trying to shut this down. Everyone's looking for everyone else to do the work. Meanwhile, out front, Queensland and Counties Manukau working together nicely, just tapping away at a nice even tempo, not doing anything crazy. Half a lap now. 54 on the board.
Hard thing with a small field. Oh, these guys, the girls really don't want these guys to take a lap.
So again, Shayla trying to
get them back.
Yeah, Shayla again trying to inspire these the bunch to work together and start driving it. So Sienna just coming through, rolling off, Neve pulling through underneath that, and I've got over a half a lap now. So it won't be long and they'll start to be in the same straight, start picking up the draft, and then they'll look to close that gap down quickly. So 52 on the board.
Certainly don't want to be racing for fourth, Jace.
No. Every time you go out and start, you just want to do your best and you want to try and put yourselves in positions where you can win the race. If you happen to blow up and lose it, so be it. But always go out there and try and win the race. You don't want to be out there just trying to protect fourth.
Hopefully, as the catch is made, hopefully we see a couple just jump off the front.
So just coming through here, and Sienna picking up the first lot of points from Megan. Neve getting a third, and now they make the connection. And that's the lap taken. So they pick up the sprint points and they pick up the lap. So just had the Counties Manukau rider, Madeline Bell, just coming through to pick up the fourth place points. And now hopefully we'll see a couple of people just trying to attack off the front while the Queensland and Counties Manukau riders just recover after taking their lap. But no one seems overly interested in trying to take advantage of that. And now you see the Queensland
straight back to the front.
Back to the front, in control of the race again. So an opportunity lost there by the rest of the field to try and take that lap back again.
With 47 still to go, I guess like Neve looks quite content just to let the Queensland girls pick up a few extra points. Is she going to lay down an attack and see if she can maybe disrupt the Queensland girls?
Yeah, interesting to see as they kind of come rolling through down this front straight and they get closer up to it, you can see that some of them have really got the pain face on. So just rolling through, 46 on the board, everything's fairly steady. Just up above the blue, everyone looking to recover and focus on that next sprint. No one looking to launch a long-range attack. Counties pushing down the outside. So that's Shayla Sayers there, just coming through now in second wheel.
She needs
I think it was Holly Bishop just leading her out there. We'll see as they come through. You ride a 257, Holly Bishop. And then you see
Lily Keese just
Lily
closes it
Keese
down.
closes it down. So it could be a little hometown rivalry between her and Shayla there. So nope, don't want you to get away.
Would have been an opportunity for it just to, dare I say it, just soft pedal a little bit.
Soft pedal, yeah.
Make it hard on the others.
Make someone else have to chase. So 43 on the board. Someone should be thinking about attacking pretty soon. The rider's still just swinging up, watching around. I dare say they're looking for those Queensland riders and seeing when they're going to attack. But if you're waiting for them, you're always on the back foot.
Neve wants to just get herself away from the Queensland riders just see if, as long as they're behind her, just try and push off the front, see what she can do, see if she can force Queensland riders to react.
So coming through, they're going to get the bell lap. No one's opened up the sprint yet. There goes the bell, and they get out of the seat on cue.
Lily Keese in second wheel.
Madeline Bell just leading them out there. Lily Keese second wheel, and we see
Queensland
Megan Moore coming down the outside. Sienna coming around as well with a lot of pace.
Yeah, lots
she
of
may
pace.
roll them all on the outside, not quite. Madeline Bell hanging on to pick up some valuable points there, but both Queensland riders still accumulating points. And here goes Sienna. She's just going to have a nudge off the front now too, off the back of the sprint.
So Megan just held Neve up a little bit high.
Yeah, and Neve just looking to get across. So if she can make this junction across, it looks like that Megan's hurting a bit here now.
Does look like Megan's
and
hurting.
May be able to open it up because Megan's all on her own. Shayla Sayers looking to come across and may be able to help her out.
Neve needs to put a decent effort in here.
Yeah, Neve does need to pull through and open up a gap with her
Megan's
and Sienna.
looking for someone else to help her out.
Yeah, she swung up the trap. She's going, I can't close this myself. Shayla, come through, help me out, please.
This is your opportunity.
So just need to work together nice and hard. See, Shayla swung up and instantly Megan just looked down at her legs.
Yep.
And she didn't any more than straight. Just pulled the straight and swung back up. So it's a real opportunity here for Sienna and Neve to open up a gap, although...
Looks like they're actually travelling faster than Neve's looking back for some reason.
Yeah, she should just be focusing forward. She might be in the hurt locker as well, as they appear to be slowing down considerably. Yeah, look, Sienna's going, this is not happening. She's swinging up to the fence to recover before they get joined by Shayla and Megan. And they just let them roll through to the front and drop onto the back.
When you look at this, like, Shayla's showing that she was strong enough.
Strong enough to
ride
close
with
that
them.
gap down,
Yeah.
yes. But she just hasn't been accumulating the amount of points that the other three girls have been. And as I'm sure you've told many of your riders, Mike, you've got to accumulate points throughout the race.
You've got to keep scoring. Nowadays in a points race, you have to have the ability to take a lap for one, and then you need to be able to probably score in half of the points, half of the sprints out of there. You don't need to be winning the sprints, but you just need to be accumulating points. Know which ones to sit out, know which ones that you need to take. And you need to be looking at those opportunities of when you go off the front. Often when it's been really, really hard and the bunch sits up, often the next person to attack gets away a long way before people
So look at this.
react to it.
Coming in to get the bell. Megan's worked her way through to the front. Sienna on her wheel. Neve in behind there. Shayla looking like she's just hanging on at fourth. So Sienna looking really strong, easily attacking over top of Megan, dragging Neve through with her. Shayla just not able to go with that acceleration. Neve really challenging here, but not able to get up and take the maximum points. So Sienna taking those maximum points. Neve coming through for second. Megan third, Shayla picking up the 1 point.
So now with Neve on 27 points and Sienna on 31, and Megan just looking like she's got a little bit of fatigue in those legs. Like, can she hurt her? Like, it's still very, very open between the three of them.
Just looking at the scoring on the board, either we've got our riders wrong or they've got the scoring wrong. So black helmet, 55, that is Megan. No, sorry, that is Sienna. Yes, I've been getting the riders back to front. Apologies. Megan, 52 in the white helmet. So the scorers are on the ball. We've just been a little bit off. So Sienna on the front now. Neve coming through from her. Megan in behind her. Megan just swinging off, and Shayla coming through now. And so Sienna coming through on the front, very short turn, swinging off. Neve coming up. And so those girls just rolling through, sharing the load. They're not worried about the bunch coming back to them. They're not trying to take a lap. They're just looking to recover, and they're going to battle this out in each sprint lap. So coming through, they'll have 24 on the board. Shayla through to the front. Sienna, Neve, Megan in behind. So Counties Manukau, Madeline Bell, she's had enough just pulling out of the race. Same with Lily Harvard from Otago. So Megan just swinging off, Shayla coming through. She'll probably roll through into turn 3 and then she'll move up the track. Sienna coming through underneath. She doesn't go any further than the corner. Neve swinging off straight away.
Neve's
22 on the board. So next time they come through, they'll get the bell. Shayla on the front. Really can't afford to swing up in this corner, but she does anyway, which is going to push her through to the back.
Oh, I'm surprised Neve wants to swing up.
Yep, you really want to be leading into these sprints. So
Shayla, good one.
Shayla coming through underneath. Neve responding to that, pushing up. Sienna coming up on the outside, but Neve kicks again to hold her on the hip. Looks like Neve will come through. Sienna will pick up the second points maybe. Ooh, that was close. May have got rolled by Megan on the outside.
I think she got rolled by Megan.
We'll wait to see what the points come up, what the commissaires decide.
Which, with her position with Neve, she didn't need.
Yep, she didn't need to.
No custard square for her later on.
No, and you see, just in the sprint, they managed to drop Shayla, and she's just worked her way back again. And they slot down right in behind her and say, thanks for coming back, do a little bit of work for us while we recover. So Sienna just coming through, rolling up, Megan coming in behind her. Shayla slotted in at second wheel, Neve behind her. Once again, just sharing out the duties, pulling turns on the front. They'll come back around, they'll have 17 to go. So they're actually getting close back to this group of Counties Manukau riders who would be deemed, I guess, as the bunch. So not that it will alter the outcome of the race at all.
It won't alter the outcome, no.
But they may all pick up another 20 points.
Either that, or I have seen in the past sometimes comms actually leaving it the same and just going minus 20.
Yeah, so they deem that the 4 out front will actually be the bunch, and the other 3 counties riders are just getting lapped, and they'll go down 20 points. Neither here nor there. It makes another 20-point difference in the race. whether it goes up or goes down. So Hazel Johnson just working hard on the front there, trying to keep these Counties Manukau girls away. Been focusing on the front of the race, but they're trying to work very hard not to get themselves lapped.
Well, effectively, they've been a team time trial, haven't they, for the...
And they've been working together really nicely.
Yep.
Just coming through there. So Maya Pepper just leading through, but this quartet of Queensland, Canterbury and Counties Manukau, they're just travelling that kilometre or two faster. So coming through, they'll have 12 laps on the board as they come through. 13. It's interesting, the lap board didn't change over.
Yeah, that or they're going to try and change it once this team of three comes through.
See, now they're just changing it for the Counties team who are nearly down a lap. So the lap board's just slightly got out of sync, but it's not going to affect the race at all. So
we've now got a 4-up sprint again.
Yep, just
Shayla's
posturing
going
around.
to dive down.
So they're going to come around and get the bell. Shayla's going to lead them through like last sprint, but Queensland. So Megan just kicking over the top. Sienna struggling to kind of get over, holding Neve up on the outside as well, but now they come, they're going to... Megan,
Sienna,
sorry.
Megan's coming with lots of speed at Sienna.
Yeah, sorry. So Megan coming through, picking up the maximum from Sienna and then from Neve, and Shayla coming through just in the mix with the Counties girls. She'll pick up that 1 point for fourth.
Sienna gives her teammate a look like, why'd you do that? I needed those extra couple of points.
So as we see on the points now, Megan on 40, Neve 35, Sienna 35 as well, so they'll swap positions.
Yeah.
So Megan comfortably on the front there, but still some work. So the bunch is all back together, and we'll see what they what the commissaires do, whether they put the three Counties riders down 20 points or they give a lap to the quartet out front.
Megan just needs to score a point. She can't be bettered now, so I guess the focus will be on second place to see what happens between Sienna and Neve.
Yep, so Maya, Holly and Hazel, they've gone down 20 points.
They should be coming past us and looking up at the leaderboard behind us.
Yep, just trying to have a look at the points, see where they are.
Didn't see any of them look up.
So after that round of points, actually, Sienna has moved up into second place, ahead of Neve. Looked like there was only 1 or 2 points in it, so it'll really come down. So we've got Sienna on 38 and Neve on 37, so with double points on the last, whoever comes through first out of the two of them, that will secure that second spot. So that'll be the real battle as we're coming through with 5 to go.
Guess who can get on whose wheel? Outmaneuver the other.
So Megan just needs to stay
probably,
upright.
Sienna now needs to just position herself behind Neve.
Yeah, and
all she's got to do is beat Neve. So
she's locked onto that wheel to make sure that she's not
done
going
it well.
anywhere.
Neve doesn't quite know what to do. She's looking both sides. Oh,
yep.
Sienna's gone through. The last thing that Sienna needs is for Megan to try and roll her, and then Neve can latch on the back of Megan because that'll
and get dragged through. Yeah. So just those three people, Megan, Sienna, and Neve, just marking each other, just watching each other carefully. So
Sienna will have no problems with the points been taken by the guys in front. All she's got to do is finish in front of Neve. So Neve's now starting to put pressure. She's going around the outside. She's kicked early. Has Sienna doesn't look like she's got anything. Neve's going to take the 10.
So she isn't coming through, got the bell to go. Now here comes the chase from behind. Megan.
Can Megan close this gap? Neve's done exceptionally well here.
She's going to come through by the looks, and she'll pick up the 10 points,
which will
be
give her
enough
second place.
Get her up to second place. Megan Moore coming through and picking up the second points. She's won the race overall, that we're certain of. Neve will move through into that second spot. Sienna, she'll pick up the third spot. So a great ride by those three. Very dominant over the rest of the field.
Well done. Today Neve knew exactly what she had to do. She had to win that last, well, she had to beat, I guess, Sienna to the line, but she did even better by taking the 10 points.
So I think we're just about to possibly throw over to our roving reporter, Damo. And he'll be lining up some athletes. So we'll throw over to you, shall we, Damo? And you're going to interview some athletes down in the centre for us? No, we're not quite getting them come through.
Well, we're not quite there. Big thank you to GJ Gardner Homes, in particular, the local franchise here in the Cambridge Waipa area. Damo looks like he's ready to come through now.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome back to the infield here. We have a few minutes before we start the presentations. Just to kick it off, this is a Velo X t-shirt. There are about 16 of them in existence. And tonight we are doing a poll on the live stream. You can vote for any of the Aussie and the New Caledonia team, rather. So go on the live stream, put your vote in. Last time I checked, it was pretty neck and neck between Sassy and New Caledonia, I believe. It was sort of 38-40% each. So whichever team gets the highest vote tonight will get the t-shirt. They can give it to whoever they like. And we'll do a couple more t-shirts tomorrow as well. Anyways, a quick look around the crowd up here. My able-bodied assistant's doing a very nice job of the camera pan. Good crowd in tonight. Fantastic to see people coming in to watch this great racing. So if you have time and are local, tomorrow, 2 more sessions, last 2 sessions that there are. And then as my able-bodied assistant camera person comes in, we're going to have a quick shot here of Steph. Steph is there in the events team. She's working hard, keeping it all together. Her and the team have done a fantastic job putting all the volunteers, all the teams in touch and everything else. She looks deep in concentration, so I won't ask her how she's going. Right, let's go. We're going to head over to the pits over here without getting in anyone's way. There's Devon. Hi, Devon. Hey, Sassy team. Here comes my camera people. Everyone at home needs to vote to who gets the Velo X t-shirt tonight. It's between Sassy, Western Australia, Queensland and New Caledonia. Well, you need to get everyone at home to vote for you, right? It is a women's t-shirt tonight, so you got even more investment in that. Vote online on the live stream. There we go. Convince everyone. Let's head this way. The Queensland team's looking a bit tired. Hey, Queensland team. How are we going? You good? Who we got here?
Sophie Watts.
Sophie Watts, a very quiet Sophie Watts. Who's over here?
Danica Blinko.
Even quieter.
Danica Blinko.
Wow, you guys must be absolutely spent. Can barely even speak. That's okay. Hey, a couple of things. We're going to ask you how the night's been going, but we have the Velo X t-shirt up for grabs. So everyone at home needs to vote on the live stream for which Aussie team gets the t-shirt for tonight, and then same thing tomorrow. A couple of t-shirts or a cab up for grabs. So if you think Queensland, and it's a women's t-shirt, even better, so you need to get everyone at home to vote for it. Anyways, how's the night gone? What have you guys been doing?
Keirin's in the 7 to 12 final tonight, so...
Okay, that's coming up after the presentations, yeah? Okay. No wonder you're looking a little quiet. All right. Okay, and same for you?
Yep, 7 to 12 final, yep.
And who's at home watching?
I'd assume my mum, my dad probably, yeah.
I've said it every time. Everyone goes, my mum, my dad, probably. So I'm not quite sure if probably means yes. You might have to take that up with them. Anyways, and how about you? Who's watching at home?
Yeah, mum and dad.
Mum and dad, cool. And how are you dealing with this heat? This is just like Queensland, eh? Humid. And here you are thinking it was going to be a bit cooler. Yeah, no, this is wicked for me. This is terrible. All right, hey, good luck for the Keirins, eh? And hope you enjoy the last day tomorrow. And don't forget, get everyone to vote for you at home. All right, let's keep rolling. We'll go back through. Actually, we'll go this way. Sorry, I'm getting in the way of my able-bodied camera person. We need to find the Western Australia team. That's who we need to find. I don't think we've talked to the Western Australian team too much. They've been hiding, I think, on me. Maybe they didn't want to wave to everyone at home. We hope you've been enjoying the live stream. It's certainly been actually a bit of fun bringing it to you guys. Yeah, everyone's warming up, warming down. Here we go. Everyone looked really nervous at me just then as I came around the corner. Can I press that? Whoever gets the most votes, the Aussie teams, on the poll, which is on the live stream tonight, gets the T-shirt. So it's you guys, Sassy, Queensland, and New Caledonia. So whoever's at home can vote for you. It's a women's T-shirt. So you need to encourage everyone to vote on the poll on the live stream. One tonight, there'll be one tomorrow, and both sessions. Here it is. You can touch it. It is in the bag. There's one of about 16 of them in total existence. I'd be sporting it, but I was so hot I had to put Beerley T-shirt on. That's pretty bad, eh? I've got the competition T-shirt on. No, Beer's awesome. Anyway, so who's who here? I actually have to check it out.
I'm Lilia.
Lilia. That's another name I know really well. I watched you race heaps at AJTs in Melbourne as well. And also? You listen to her, you are one of the last names as well, eh?
Yeah, but alright.
Yeah. Who's at home?
Mom and dad and my two beautiful dogs.
So you can wave to them. And how about you? Mum and dad?
Yeah.
The regular mum and dad?
Yeah, mom, dad, probably my auntie, maybe my boyfriend.
Maybe. Let's hope he's watching.
Oh, he better be.
He better be, otherwise you're going to go back and check. And who's this guy over here? Okay, Furco. What's your gig, mate? Head coach for the WA. I'm hoping to get over to Perth to see a bit of the World Cup. So you're going to be here.
I will be.
Yeah, pretty excited to have that over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very, very grateful to have it in Perth. We haven't had some major events there for quite some time. So, yeah, very privileged to have the World Cup there.
That's good. All right. Going all right?
Going very good. Yeah,
Good.
Yeah, one in the final, one in the 7 to 12. So.
All right. Awesome. We better head over to the presentations. Hey, good luck for the rest of the racing. See ya. All right, back to you guys.
Byron Davies. Bo Wooden and the pilot Byron Davies. And in first place, and the winner of the gold medal in the Oceania Champions for 2026 in the men's tandem from the Australian national team, Kane Paris and pilot Luke Zachariah. And as mentioned, the principal of GJ Gardner, Dominic Pugh, presenting the medals.
just a little more. I'll go and do these, and then I think we're Keirin next. All right, thank you. Sorry, excuse me. Right, yes, nice slip.
Your Oceania champions. Congratulations. Dominique, give them their Aussie flag to get a photo. We move on to the next presentation for the 2026 GJ Gardner Oceania Track Championships. And in the Women B Tandem, again, Dominique Pugh, principal of GJ Gardner, presenting the medals. And in third place, in the winner of the bronze medals from Western Australia, Tegan Reeder, with pilot Lauren Perry. And in second place, in the winner of the silver medal, representing New Zealand HP, Emma Foy, with pilot Jessie Hodges. And in first place, in the Oceania Champions for 2026 in the women's tandem, the Australian national team, Jessica Gallagher, with pilot Jackie Mingler-Moore.
People would like to see at home.
Nice picks. Now move on to the women's C1, C5 elimination. And again, from GJ Gardner, Dominic Pugh, the principal, will present the medals. And in the women's C4, first, Erin Normoyle from Australia national team. Is Erin, thank you, Erin. So that was for the C4. Erin, the Oceania champion for C4 woman elimination. And then we have also in the women's C5 elimination in first place, New Zealand HP, Nicole Murray. And again, Dominique Pugh, GJ Gardner presenting the medals and the jersey. Nicole with the champion's jersey on for Oceania. Kiwi flag. Now move on to the men C1, C5 elimination. And in the men's C2, and in first place, representing from Australia national team, Gordon Allen. Congratulations, Gordon. We move on to the men's C3 elimination. And in second place, representing Australia national team, Corey Bonington. And again, the medals being presented by Dominique Pugh from GJ Gardner. And the gold medalist, and in first place in the 2026 Oceania champion from New Zealand, Devin Briggs. So Devin Briggs and Corey Boddington. Dominique gives Evan the New Zealand flag. We'll get a photo opportunity. And then we'll move on to the men's C4. And in second place, in the men's C4 elimination, Quinn Stowe from Counties Manukau. And the 2026 Oceania champion for C4 elimination from Te Awamutu Sports Cycling, Lindsay File. Well done, Lindsay. It's good.
We might just move the camera to where I can plug it in. Yeah, I'll do that. Just leave it.
Thank you, men. We move now on to the men's C5. And again, Dominique will present the medals from GJ Gardner. And in third place, in the bronze medal to Gregory Marfell from Cycling New Plymouth. Here comes Gregory, the bronze medal. And in second place, the silver medal, Maxwell Sootholtz from Australia Capital Territory. and the 2026 Oceania champion for C5 from Canterbury Track, Keirin Edwards. The jerseys are all XXS. Congratulations, Giant. Just two more. Thank you, men. We now move on to the under-19 men Madison, and again, GJ Gardner, Principal Dominique Pugh will present the medals, and in third place, and the winners of the bronze medal from Open Country TES, Riley Crampton and Lachlan Stewart. And in second place, and the winners of the silver medal, representing QAS, Lachlan Walters, Sam Hilditch. And the 2026 Under-19 Men's Madison for 2026 from Sassy, Oliver Ward and William Brown. Your Oceania champions, Oliver and William. Well done, lads. We now move on to the final presentation for this segment for the under-19 women's points race. We'll have a photo first. Thank you, lads. The under-19 women's points race. Again, Dominic Pugh from GJ Gardner presenting the medals, and in third place, the winners of the bronze medal representing Queensland Academy, Sienna Monteith. And in second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Counties Manukau, Neve McKenzie. And in first place, and the winner of the gold medal and the 2026 Oceania champion, representing Queensland Academy, Megan Moore.
with the other two. For the Keirins, I'll get these shots of them lining up on the Keirin.
Thank you, ladies. That's the last of the presentations for this segment. Thank you very much, Dominique. We now move on to the next event in the program.
From my trusty assistant here.
Go over the fence is fine. Yeah.
So welcome back. We've got women's elite Keirin final. So 7 to 12. Sophie Watts, Danica Blenko, Maya Dillon, Caitlin Kelly, Chloe Moran, and Morella Willis-Hell.
So just rolling out onto the track here now.
So does it look like, is that Danica in one?
Yeah, I think it is Danica rolling in one. We'll pick them up as they roll past us here to confirm. So
Chloe
Caitlin
in 2, Caitlin Kelly 3. So Western Australian kit is in 5. So Morella's in 4. So bike's about to come through. The gun's gone off.
And here they roll away. So indeed, Danica Blenko in 1. Chloe Moran at 2. Sitting on the back, Sophie Watts. Great name for a sprinter.
Yeah.
So they're just taking up position, everyone riding nice and close. Bike comes through, 5 to go. 2 more behind the bike before the race starts proper. So Morella just letting the gap start to open out a little bit to Caitlin Kelly.
Give herself a little bit of room to move if needed.
Closes back up again.
What's Sophie Watts going to do, Jace? We know she can't stay there. She's going to have to come forward.
Just see everyone starting to look back and see what's happening. Maybe looking for Sophie to come through. Chloe letting the gap open out to Danica, so she's got somewhere to run.
Danica
bike
just
comes off, 3 to go.
Slightly.
So everyone just looking around, waiting for a bit. Here goes Sophie Watts, just slowly moving forward.
Just almost as tentative, wasn't it?
Morella steps out as well. So does Caitlin Kelly. So Chloe pushing out, moving forward to the front. Danica still just holding the front.
Sophie happy to be 4 high.
Here's Chloe kicking over the top with 1.5 to go. Caitlin Kelly looking to come through on that wheel as well. Doesn't want to get caught on the outside here, Caitlin. Danica doing well to hold second spot underneath.
Done very well. Now Sophie Watts got to go 4 high again to get around the outside. Western Australia popping out.
So Chloe should be strong
Danica,
enough maybe.
Can she get over the
coming
top?
over.
She's done well. It's a great ride, Jace.
Yes, Danica coming through over the top.
It was a strong ride because she had to keep off Caitlin Kelly for a start. That was quite fierce in that little part of it, wasn't it, as well?
Was, yeah. Riding quite closely there. Clean but close. So it's interesting just watching them as they come through. Chloe riding a much bigger gear than Danica, but just labouring on it as they came through turns 3 and 4 and not being able to keep it excelling as they came down the home straight. Danica able to kick over the top.
So looking at where the position looks like Elise Andrews has drawn 1, but our field is Alicia McCraig, Elise Andrews, Olivia King, Molly McGill, Lilia Tarantoff, and Christina Clonan. So very, very classy field. So
we've got the Kiwis look like they're at either
1 and
end.
6, they're bookends.
We've got the Australian riders sandwiched in the middle.
Not been that kind to us when 3 of them have got green parts of the helmets.
We'll be able to identify the one in black. But we'll pick up those numbers as they go past. Apologies, we don't instantly recognise them.
No, we're a little bit further up from the start-finish line, so
we have to wait for them to get down into turn 1. See Elise just popping her head up, having a good look up the line there to see where everyone else is sitting. Should be formulating the last part of her plan.
She can't tell them apart either with them all wearing the same helmet, Jace.
So Brendan goes down, asks them if they're all ready, sends the bike away. So the bike will come around. Commissaire will fire the gun. The holders will give their riders a nice big push to get them moving.
It's a classy field when everyone you're looking at is wearing
national kit.
National kit.
3. So Christina Clonan at 3.
Which puts Lily at 4. So Alicia McCaig is in 2. 3 is Christina Clonan and 4 is Lilia.
Molly at 5, Olivia at 6. So Molly in the black helmet. We'll easily be able to identify Molly.
It'll be interesting to see what Elisa's tactics are. She doesn't mind riding from the front. She's no problems with it at all. She enjoys riding people on the hip and making their life difficult. But
so yeah, Elise has a nice long sprint. You see Olivia the first to make a move. Gaps opening out as people are allowing themselves room to run. Olivia just pushing forward to the front here. So see whether she kicks
Elise
over.
gives her the wheel. It's well done.
Kicking up, Molly coming through as well, and she's looking to kick over. Oh, Elise immediately moving up onto that. Hasn't got that gap yet, and she's just looking to hit straight back over the top again. So Molly holding Elise on the hip, but Elise puts down the power now with a lap and a half to go. She moves around the outside. Looks like Christina Clonan on her wheel. Coming through into the bell now.
Oh, she kicks again. Now, can she hold her and through corner 3, 4?
Actually, I think it's Alicia McCraig.
She's a big challenge.
Alicia coming around the outside's a challenge. She's going to come over the top too.
It's a great ride.
Christina Clonan coming through for 3rd. A lovely move there by Alicia, coming around and over the top of Elise Andrews. So Elise happy to lead it out all the way there, but just not quite having the legs to hold off Alicia, who come through closing very fast.
It's an awesome race.
Was nice. So Olivia King kind of igniting that race as she came through from the front, and that's what kind of kicked it off, and then a little bit backwards and forth between the other riders. Elise looking to lead it out, but she dragged through Alicia and just sat in the wheels and had all the power and speed at the end to come over the top to take a great victory. So we move on to the B final, or the 7 to 12 final for elite men. So we have James Barista, Xavier Bland, Maxwell Liebernick, Noah Mason, Flynn Underwood and Liam Kavanagh. So 2 Kiwis, 4 Aussies.
So it looks like Flynn's got 1. It looks like Liam is 5.
James, was that
Max at 6.
James at 4, and then we got the 2 New South Wales boys. Blue helmet, white helmet.
That makes it easier once we can see a number.
So I think it's Xavier in the blue helmet, but we'll confirm that when we come past, and Noah in the white. So just getting their final instructions, very close down there between 1 and 2. New South Wales handler there having to suck in to fit in between the two of them. So the bike rolls away, Commissaire gets the pistol out, ready to start the race. And there they go, and Xavier in the blue helmet at 2, and Noah in the white helmet at 3. So we have Flynn from Xavier, from Noah, from James, Liam and Max at 6. So just coming around, completing the first lap behind the bike. There is a real powerhouse of Aussie riders sitting there in the middle. Liam Kavanagh is probably quite happy with where he is at 5. Flynn will be hoping when the bike comes off, someone comes over the top and he slots in the second wheel. He won't want to ride it from the front with these boys sitting behind him.
Max is a pretty positive rider too, so
yeah,
don't look for him to stay back in number 6. Here he goes. He's now moving forward.
He's coming forward.
Can't win a race from 6 wheel, so
bike's going to come off.
I'm going to move forward.
So Flynn's
am I going to take
happy?
wheel 1 or am I going to try and take wheel 2? Flynn's quite happy to let him go over the top. Here comes New South Wales.
Noah coming up behind him. Xavier jumping onto Noah's wheel. Flynn just looking to try and hold
Max
spot
looking,
here.
Yeah, just happy to hold. He's got 1 over the top. He's going to close that gap. Can he get in there?
So now the pace goes on. Now here comes James Barista making a run from the back.
It's a long way for Liam
coming in to get the bell now. So Max looking to step out, come over the top.
Oh, she's tight in there.
Noah Mason coming around the outside. James Barista coming over the top. He's going to get the victory. Looks like Noah's going to get up over top of Xavier as well. Xavier comes through, followed by Liam, Flynn and Max.
After that getting quite tight in there, didn't look like Max could find a way out of a sticky situation. He was happy to soft pedal to the line and stay safe.
Yeah, very hard when the pace comes on. If you find yourself get shuffled to the back, it's very hard in that last lap and a half to move anywhere because the pace is so fast. So that was a great little race there. And now we move on to the 1 to 6 final.
Looks like Dakin's drawn 1. Jackson is in 5.
That's
now we've got to work out the black helmets.
Tate's in at 3. I think it's Lee Hoffman at 2 maybe. We'll have to confirm that when they come up. Or is that actually, that might be Ryan Elliott at 2?
So when you look at the size of these guys, Jace, there's some skinny handlebars through there, eh? They're designed to fit through skinny gaps.
100%. UCI changing the limits on handlebars as of next year, 27. So this will be the last year you'll see them riding super skinny bars, riding 28s. Most of them probably will be. But yeah, so they can get their handlebars through. If their shoulders can fit, their handlebars can fit through.
And if you've done a fair bit of riding, you'll know that the skinnier the handlebars, the twitchier they are. So you need better bike handling skills to be able to handle them.
Yeah, 100%. So Danny Barber at 6. So Ryan Elliott at 2, Lee Hoffman in at 4. So Sam Dakin, Ryan Elliott, Tate Ryan, Lee Hoffman, Jackson Russell, and Daniel Barber. That's how they line up as they follow around the moto. 1 lap down, 2 more behind the moto. So, Lee Hoffman, obvious favourite.
We've got a very big range of, I guess, skills and different skill sets with these riders too, haven't we?
Yeah, 100%.
And a good mixture of young and old. I don't want to say old, but young and not quite as young as the youngest guys.
Young and younger?
Yeah.
So just coming around, bike will come off now. And here goes Dan Barber just moving forward. See whether anyone else responds. Jackson just happy to sit watching Lee Hoffman.
Sam happy to let Ryan Elliott go over the top,
come over
close
the
gap.
bottom. So now they're starting to look back to see what Lee Hoffman's up to. A lot of movement going around. Here comes Lee Hoffman moving forward. Daniel Barber looking to lead out. Sam steps out in front of them.
Oh, can Sam get his bike over the top?
Can he get down now? Here they comes through the rush from behind. Lee Hoffman coming through, Jackson behind him on the corner. Can he get over the top?
Jackson get over the top?
Sam Dakin kicking again. Jackson Russell, can he drop down into second place?
I think he's going to get it down
come underneath him? Oh, what a ride. Lee Hoffman way out front, the obvious winner, but young Jackson Russell holding off some classy riders and Sam Dakin, Daniel Barber, Tate Ryan to pick up the second, and Sam instantly congratulate him. But Lee Hoffman showing a clean pair of heels to the line.
Jackson's had a week of PB so far. He'll want to ride that wave as long as he can.
Oh, look, I think that one will be going up on the social media, mate. An outstanding ride there by the young man.
The smallest sprinter in history to come second in the Oceans.
When you're lining up and you were talking about, look at the size of these riders, and you said skinny, I thought you were going to highlight Jackson. But you started talking about skinny handlebars. So he'll be wrapped there. Lee Hoffman just sat back. Total class, total confidence in his ability to excel forward, get over the top and get down. And he was a clear 3 bike lengths out in front. Just an absolute cut above the rest of the field.
When we look at that, is Tate Ryan, will he be 20?
Tate Ryan would be
19.
Yeah, 19, 20. He's in there. He's just first year out of juniors.
Yeah,
an exceptional athlete. Jackson 21, so
21.
He's a year ahead. So yeah, they are. They've got a lot of racing in front of them. And to say that, what we're talking about, Sam Dakin has been one of the older riders, and 28, 27,
28.
something around there. So he's still got a lot of riding left in him as well. So great, exciting race that. I may be a little bit biased. Oh, look, so Simon Kavanagh coming in to give a whoop whoop.
It's pretty nice when you see, guys in club colours coming out, mixing it, going hammer and tong with the big boys in the world of the sport. It's a great result.
Yeah, and he had to work hard too. He kind of dropped off the wheel of Lee as he came through. He was on the outside 3 wide, had to really keep pushing hard and generate his own speed to be able to get over, get down. Did it. Closed the door. Sam looked like he was fading coming into turn 3, but really fought hard through 3 and 4. Held on as Tate Ryan was coming through to close. So,
on a tactical side, is a brilliant ride by Sam Dakin.
Yeah, definitely. Drawn number 1 on the front. Let Ryan Elliott come over, but made sure that he held that second spot to put himself in a good position to be able to move forward but not push the wind himself. So, and then he saw the train coming through from the back. Good awareness, popped himself out in front of Lee Hoffman, Danny Barber, Jackson, as they were coming through, held them up, made them have to go 3 wide rather than just 2 wide. Able to hook into the wheels there as well a little bit. Yeah, it was a savvy ride, and Sam's only been back from holiday for probably about a month, so he's well underdone for this racing coming in here. Had an unfortunate miscalculation on his gear size by the mechanics in the sprint, and he went out, I believe he was about 12 inches under his normal flying gear, hence he didn't feature in the sprint race. That would be his warm-up gear.
Correct, and that'll make a huge difference on when you kick on the track as well.
100%.
When you're coming into full speed.
So, now the excitement of the Keirin's over. We're into the madness of the Madison. So, Elite Women's Madison, Michael, run through the teams as they roll away.
In the New Zealand kit, the black kit, we've got Bryony and Prudence. In pink, Mood, which is riding second wheel. We've got Sammy Donnelly and Mackenzie Milne. In the Sassy kit, South Australia, we got Kira Wool and Adette Lynch. In the Australian kit, we have Nicole Duncan and Maeve Pluth. Keystone. So Keystone is the blue and yellow kit out there. That's Sophie Edwards and Riley McMullen. Coastal Services, we've got Amelia Sykes. We'll try and pick up Amelia. I'll be able to tell you. She's with Georgia Simpson, so she's got the pink and the green. The laser kit, we've got Sophie DeVries and Sophie Maxwell. So
Sophie DeVries in the race at the moment by the looks.
Yep, and so that kit is black with a little bit of blue.
Yeah, navy blue or black, with a turquoise blue green. We're getting really metrosexual with it now for a couple of old dogs.
And then Canterbury, we know Canterbury is in black and red. And in the whoosh kit, we've got Tegan Feringa and Elena Worrell.
That's the T-shirt pole.
So currently the T-shirt pole, 29% to Sassy. Western Australia, 14%. Queensland, 19%, and New Caledonia 39%. So if you want to get in and vote for one of those other teams, at the end of the day, at the moment, it's going to New Caledonia.
So they're going to get themselves a nice Velo X T-shirt to take home, and unless someone gets in there and finishes the voting. So New Zealand just leading through with 115 on the board, just executing a change there.
Whoosh look like they're fighting just to get back on the back again.
Yeah, just struggling a little bit there. So New Zealand leading through. Sassy team coming in. They're going to make a change here just after the start-finish.
Worrell, she just needs to keep using her momentum to go through, just navigate through, get yourself, like around a fifth wheel. So you'll see here, Sassy, New Zealand, they're, they're going to be changing a nice clean air. Canterbury now rolling over the top.
Pink Mood, they're up there, but just getting rolled over by the Australian national kit. Canterbury coming through and just everyone pushing through. New Zealand picking up the pace here. Sassy holding the wheel.
So Australia in unison with New Zealand when they've made the change.
Coming in for the bell now. New Zealand leading the sprint. Bryony opening up. She's opening out a nice little gap here. Sassy making a change with 3/4 to go. Australia trying to come over the top. So it looks like Australia will come through to pick up the second place. New Zealand first, Australia second, Sassy in third. And who's our blue and yellow team?
Nice skills. Oh, she's threading the needle. She's done well. Is she going to keep the momentum up? There she comes. She comes down again. Is that Odette?
So Keystone coming through to pick up the fourth place points.
I think that's Odette Lynch down there on the front now. She's ridden really well all week.
So Sassy from New Zealand, from Australia, from Keystone, and Pink Mood in behind them. Just coming through, 108 on the board to go. So this race is broken up quite early. Got the 4 strong teams out front.
The difference looks all about age and miles under the belt for a start, right?
Definitely. It's definitely those senior riders in their mid-20s. And we've got our late teens, early 20s that have just been dropped off the back.
First and second year elites. So Prue Fowler just putting a nice tempo through. No one's wanting to challenge her for the moment. And you'll see here all these teams will probably come down and change in unison.
Yeah, just a little bit out of sequence out of there. New Zealand and Australia in sequence.
Yeah.
Sassy and Keystone just didn't quite get themselves in the right order to all change at the same time. So there's a little bit of a delay and a little bit of gaps open up, but they've all closed it up again. So Pink Mood on the front there, looks like Mackenzie Mill. As they come through, 104 to go.
Happy to give it over to someone else, or does she want to have a little lick off the front?
So Bryony just swinging up. A few other riders do as well, but Sassy are keen to stay down on the black and keep pushing forward. So we've got... I
tell you what, Jace, doesn't matter what category we've watched, the Sassy bike riders have been very, very good, very well drilled. Whether it's endurance, whether it's sprint, they've been very, very good.
So we've got Coastal Services, Canterbury, Whoosh and Laser just working together there. They're starting to close up, although we're coming in with only 2 to go. So the front 4 have picked up the pace as they start moving into the sprint. New Zealand leading, they're into the change, so that rider's going to have a lap and a quarter. Australia making their change as well. So
Sammy Donnelly right on the wheel of Australia. Can she pop out?
So we've got New Zealand from Australia, Pink Mood, Keystone, Sassy. It looks like they're just going to hold that order coming through.
A lot of speed there, Jace. No one was able to do anything, you know. They're all sprinting at the same speed.
Yeah, basically locked in following wheels, as we talked about in the Keirin. Once that speed goes on, it's very hard to move forward. So a lot of the tactics and positioning are done prior to the sprint opening up. So you see with that sprint, they've opened out a half a lap over our trailing teams of Coastal Services, Laser, Canterbury and Whoosh. And Sassy looking keen to kind of push this on and maybe take a lap. Although the other riders not so much. As Sassy swing up, they all just kind of swing up.
So we've got New Zealand in first place at the moment with 10 points. Australia on 6. And then Pink Mood, Sassy and Keystone all on 2.
Very close for that third spot there. Early days in the race, still 97 laps left. So still just holding on to a half a lap advantage over the bunch. Pink Mood coming through, leading the pack from New Zealand, from Australia, Keystone and Sassy.
So, yep, and another turn, say we're 25 Ks of racing left to go.
And as with the junior Madisons early on, Mikey highlighted that later on in the race, those that have conserved their legs can gain a lot of points.
A lot of points. Points often come late.
So the 4 out front, pace is off, but they're just sharing the workload a little bit.
It's often it's quite a tactical decision to say, hey, we're actually going to contest to try and win this sprint, or I'm just happy to run in for second or third or fourth and just keep those points ticking over.
So Canterbury just riding away from the other 4 at the back of the race there a little bit. They're just closing up the gap now. So Coastal Services, Laser, Whoosh, just pulling back up onto Canterbury's wheel, and now Canterbury lap off. Still a half a lap down. Still fighting to go back. He goes Australia, launching a bit of an attack off the front. Coming through, 92 on the board, so they're setting up for the sprint. Australia going to make their change in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, they're going to get their rider down with a lap and a quarter to go.
New Zealand making theirs a little bit earlier, same with Keystone. Australia, nice timing here, coming into the bell.
Riley
throwing
McMullen
into the
not
race.
able to go over the top. Bryony, can she go over the top?
Oh, they're going to come up and they're just going to catch these lapped riders as they're coming into the finish the sprint, which may make things a little bit messy. Everyone stays down out of the way. Australia from Keystone, from New Zealand. Pink Mood and Sassy coming through after that. They'll all gain 20 points as they pass the bunch and are not hanging around either. They've pushed on through. So hopefully Canterbury, Coastal Services, Whoosh and Laser will work hard to get up on their wheels.
Is Sassy going to give this a little crack?
Yeah, they've pushed forward. New Zealand
coming in to make a change.
Let's see if they attack New Zealand over the top here. No, happy to fall in behind. So here's Coastal Services just getting up and now mixing it in behind with New Zealand, Sassy, Keystone. Pushing through down the bottom.
Pink Mood actually just showed a little weakness then though. They had to fight to come back through. They've now found their way back on the wheel of Sassy.
Amelia pushing off the front. Canterbury leading through, just rolling up, letting Australia take over the front.
These bigger teams won't want to lose the wheel of, I guess, one of the other bigger teams. I mean it with the greatest respect for some of the younger riders, but it'll just make things very difficult if you end up getting caught behind the wrong bike rider at a critical moment. It'll be very hard to chase back on.
Yep, so hence they're not too worried about Amelia going out in front. Coastal Services as she's going up to make her change with Georgia. So she's going to throw G into the race. But it is an opportunity for them maybe to push away and take a lap on their opponents, shall we say, in that younger age bracket that are all down one lap. So if they can take that lap back or take a lap on them and put themselves into that 5th spot contention.
Correct. The only hard part they've got is as we're coming in with 83 laps to go, the speed is going to naturally get faster with New Zealand looking to lead out, coming over the top of Whoosh. Look at Kim Milne getting herself in position behind Bryony.
So coming around, and I think 82 on the board, so they'll be sprinting next lap.
Australia coming up hard.
So New Zealand coming in to make their chain. Bryony going to throw in Prue. So she's going to have...
That was well done by Australia there. They pushed really, really hard, had to push high to make that change. Sammy Donnelly coming very, very fast at Australia now. Can she get over the top of her through corners 3 and 4? Looks like she's going to be able to use the momentum. Australia fighting hard. Gee, that was close.
So Amelia Sykes for the Coastal Services team taking the 5 points there, although they are a lap down, but they're back on the same lap. So
can she hold the wheel?
She just needs to get in, try and recover, get Georgia back into the race. Good strong change here so they don't give up a gap, get straight onto that Australian wheel as they're making their change also.
That was a big effort, Jace, for the minor placings there between those teams. It shows how close it is, you know, in that 2nd, 3rd spot, 4th spot.
Working hard, so New Zealand onto the front, followed by Australia. Coastal Services coming through down the bottom. Just onto the front, followed by New Zealand, Australia, Pink Mood, Sassy and Cornerstone. New Zealand dive back down, swinging back up the track. So I imagine that Coastal Services, Georgia Simpson, she'll be quite happy with them looking around as she gets to recover a little bit. So they've done quite a bit of work to pick up that 5 points. They're out front on their own. Unfortunately, when the sprint came on, the top 4 teams were able to close them down. Still well up over the other 3 teams in the race, being Canterbury, Laser,
I'm
and
unsure
Whoosh.
what the Sassy rider down here with the red and black helmet, she's lapping it out I think there's a miscommunication here in the field.
Yeah, they both think that they're in the race.
Yeah.
That is very interesting. She obviously can't see that her partner up the road is in the race. I think she has.
She has now.
Oh no, hold on. It might be the Canterbury rider actually. Yeah, no, because they're just throwing the sassy rider in here. Colours very similar because one of the Canterbury riders is wearing blue bib shorts.
She's got blue bibs.
She's got sassy bibs on, but the Canterbury top on. So there's our mistake there.
Is it our mistake?
Or should they have had distinctive colours on? Yeah.
I'm surprised that the commissaires haven't made a change there.
But anyway, Sassy are attacking off the front, coming through. Going to have 72 laps to go, so one more lap before the sprint. Coming in to make their change, so throwing the rider in. Going to have a lap and 3/4. New Zealand just coming up behind. They're going to make their change, a lap and 1/4. Pink Mood on the wheel of New Zealand.
Yeah, Mickey needs to get herself latched on to Bryony.
Can Bryony chase down this gap? She's coming fast and they're going to move into lap traffic, so that'll make things difficult. I think Sassy's going to hold on to take the maximum points here. Sassy from New Zealand, from Pink Mood, from Australia. Keystone coming through to pick up the 4th place, 1 point.
Mickey Mill needs to keep putting the pressure on the pedals.
New Zealand keeping that pressure on. Sassy going with them. Both coming in to make their changes here.
Can Sammy Donnelly get across?
Yeah, and they'll need to work hard along with the Australian team to get back there. They won't want New Zealand and Sassy getting out. So 68 on the board, New Zealand and Sassy just out. Only right in tempo now, and Pink Mood just slowly closing that gap across. Doing it in a nice, calm fashion too, would you say, Mike? They're not sprinting hard out to get there, just doing enough to slowly close that gap down.
Whereas Keystone, she's trying to close that as hard as she can.
Yep, although she is coming in to make the change.
They'll do this well.
So it was a good effort from her, nice timing as they've come in and made a change, and she'll be able to recover hopefully out of the race.
Yep, so that was Sophie Edwards that put in that big effort.
Nice ride there by Sophie to get Keystone back up there and in the fight. So 65 on the board coming around. Sassy from New Zealand, Pink Mood and Keystone. And Coastal Services obviously just dropped the lap out there as well on those lead riders, and they've just dropped back in with them. So they've gone another lap down on this 4, but still up on their rivals within the race. So there's several races going on within this race.
Keystone making the change.
So coming through, they'll have 63 on the board. Really starting to look to think about their sprints. So Sassy just make the change there. I think they'll be hard pushed to come back and get another change in before the sprint. Although the rider staying down the bottom and creeping. Great recognition that they didn't have many laps left. So New Zealand coming in to make their change. 1.5 laps to go. Keystone looking to attack over top of that.
Looks like they're going to get a change in with 3/4 of a lap to go, Sassy.
New Zealand coming through to get the bell. Cornerstone looking to make their change. Or Keystone, I should say, sorry. Pink Mood on their wheel. Sassy just falling off in Australia, just falling off the wheel here a bit. New Zealand come through. Keystone looking to attack over the top. New Zealand are going to have to re-excel to get back on this wheel. Mickey Milne closing this up nicely for Pink Mood, getting themselves back up there again.
It's interesting, it's the first time this week that we've seen Riley McMullen really put some pressure on the front of the race.
So timely change there by New Zealand, and they're able to come up and close that gap to Keystone. Keystone coming in to make their change. I think they'll be happy for New Zealand to come over the top and just gain a little bit of Oh, New Zealand not interested.
Bryony happy to give it to her. Mickey
Bryony
Milne
saying-
coming through.
Bryony looking at her going, mate, you're fresh into the race. Do some work. So Pink Mood just making the change in behind.
As you're watching there, you'll see that, like sometimes you'll watch guys and girls throw people in and it's really big, hard, aggressive. When it doesn't need to be like that, you know, it's just a soft kiss of the hands. Just gently push them on through. Not everything needs to be thrown hard.
So Sassy in Australia, just let this open out here a bit. They're falling in behind the Canterbury and Laser teams, and they don't want to get lulled into riding along behind them because New Zealand, Pink Mood and Keystone, they'll open out a lead here.
Yeah, you can let the race float away from you.
So just taking a little bit of reprieve here. So New Zealand on 23, Australia on 13, but they're well back. Pink Mood on 9, Sassy on 8.
And Keystone on 8. And when the race is up here between Pink Mood and Keystone, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, Australia just going to let that position slip away if they don't do something about it soon. So Sassy and them are starting to swap out, starting to close that gap down now.
I'm surprised the New Zealand team hasn't tried putting more pressure on Australia.
Yeah. Prue just having a look back to see where everyone is. Got 52 coming back through. So they'll start to put the hammer down as they start positioning themselves for the sprint. New Zealand team are going to make their change probably about in turn 3. Keystone as well. Pink Mood are going to be a little bit later. They may be just after the bell. So New Zealand team well placed. Is Keystone going to go around the outside? Ooh. Just got through before the change. That was close. But New Zealand going to come through, pick up maximum points. Keystone, Pink Mood, they're going to jump themselves up ahead of the Australian team here, picking up second and third. Australia coming around, they're going to pick up the 1 point. Will that be enough for them to hold on to that third spot?
Now we're seeing some cracks starting to open up.
So
still New Zealand happy to ride tempo.
Yeah, just swapping out there with the Keystone. They're both going to come in and make their changes together. Pink Mood just need to get up onto that wheel.
They've done well.
So New Zealand 23, Australia 13.
Donnelly about to throw in Milne.
Pink Mood 9, Sassy 8, Keystone 8.
It's very, very tight through there, isn't it?
So coming through, 48 laps to go.
And Sassy in Australia have got half a lap to make up.
Working in there with Coastal Services. But yeah, they really need to pull back that half lap to get in there and start racing for these podium positions. So Keystone leading, New Zealand out. Just rolling up, New Zealand coming through, followed by Pink Moon. Then we've got Bryony, Mickey, Riley, just working in together.
When you look at Prue, right, she always looks like she's riding a nice easy gear, eh? She's quite a smooth peddler.
Yeah, always has been, even from a junior. Just a nice, smooth peddler. And sometimes they don't look like they're actually trying because they are so smooth. But then you look at the other riders around them and you realise how fast they are actually going.
Right. Sassy in Australia look like they're putting in a big effort to try and... They've closed their gap by probably 40 metres.
Yeah, they're definitely moving fastest on the track at the moment as they're coming around. 44 laps to go. So they're really seeing an opportunity here to get themselves back up and into this race before the next sprint. But they've only got really 2 more laps before the sprint comes on proper to get themselves back to the wheel.
Bryony happy to lap off, let Pink Mood come through. Sassy
Looking
in
around.
Australia finally made it back to them. Do they keep the momentum or do they start?
I would have hit over the top straight away and kept that momentum going. Tried to get back to their change. Happy to sit in now. They've made that decision. So Bryony picking up the pace and you see the gaps just starting to open up again. New Zealand followed by Australia coming in to make their change. They're going to have a lap and a half.
Shows you how fragile everything is through there. Look at that Keystone now. They've got a gap of 15 to 20 metres to try and bridge.
Prue coming through, picking up the bell. She's got a healthy lead over the Australian team.
Riley McMullen.
Yeah, running
Nice
hard
work.
at that sassy wheel, coming over the top. She's going to pick up those third place points. New Zealand pick up the maximum. Australia pick up
Australia
second.
have done very well, all things considered.
Yeah, worked hard with Sassy to get back in there, then managed to get themselves some points. I think Sassy might have come through and picked up that fourth spot as well. Pink Mood seem to be the ones that have fallen off in that little exchange. So now they need to work hard to get themselves back up there. Mickey just trying to get back to make that change. She gets back up to Sammy. A lot of work for Sammy to do, get them back up there. So Bryony just right in tempo again. They seem to have got their timing in their changes really well. Bryony doing heavy lifting through the middle there, getting that timing going to throw Prudence in for that sprint. Actually,
Sammy Donnelly managed to get back already.
Yeah, great
Close
work.
that up in like 20 seconds.
Just see her suck in a few deep ones as she gets through there. She'll be looking to try and recover really quick. Get back to Mackenzie. Mackenzie's riding low and pretty quick, so she may have to wait a while before that change comes.
So essentially we've got 4 teams battling it out for second and third, with Australia, Keystone, Pink Mood and Sassy.
16, 13 and 11 points respectively. Sassy 9. New Zealand with the healthy lead on 33.
So Sassy started very, very strong, and then we haven't seen them in the last 30 laps.
So Pink Mood making their change.
What can they do? What have they got left in the tank?
So I think Mickey will just be looking to sit in here, hold position and try and get back and throw Sammy in for the sprint. I think that'll be her key objective, just to stay with the bunch. She's not going to pull any turns on the front. She's just going to follow these wheels. Coastal Services coming through, leading the group. Keystone, New Zealand's Pink Mood, Australia, Sassy.
Pace has gone off. Who's going to jump first? Try and put their rider in, I guess, the best position to make the next change before the points are allocated.
33 on the board, Miss Ford. Everyone right up against the fence, looking around.
Looks like Riley's having a look to see where her partner is.
And here go New Zealand. They're opening up the attack. Coming through.
So essentially this part works like a lead out. Mate, I've got to get to my rider and I want them to change with me in the correct place. So you see
New Zealand are going to time this beautifully. Coming out of turn 4, they're going to make their change. Coming into the bell lap.
Lap and a quarter to go.
Keystone chasing hard here. Are they able to hook onto Bryony's wheel?
Sophie Edwards, can she go over the top of the New Zealand team?
She
She's
is challenging
hard.
well. I think she'll get the run off the
they're
corner.
very tight.
Yeah, nice work. Lovely. Keystone from New Zealand. Pink Mood. Sassy coming through in Australia.
It's one of the first times the New Zealand team's been challenged hard, eh?
Yes. Great work there. And that just put some points in between Keystone and their opponents. Pink Mood, Australia, Sassy, where they're vying for those other spots. New Zealand team just dropping in between, so that means a couple of points difference between their rivals.
Keystone now into second place with 18 points.
So nice work by them. So that, when I watch that and I see the effort that went into pick up those points, that is an effort well spent to get themselves up, get that separation from their rivals in that second, third and fourth spot, and now get themselves a little bit of breathing room in that second spot.
Absolutely, and especially now when you look at the pace has gone off the front of the race. So it allows Sophie time to recover.
So we quite often talk about the difference between some of these elite riders and some of those second tier riders is where they use their energy. You know, it's not that they're putting out X amount watts more than all the other riders. They're generally putting out the same wattage, but it's where they use those watts and how they use those watts to accumulate those points and get themselves into positions where, when they are using those watts, that they're getting the maximum benefit out of them.
Australia just having a little bit of a yarn with each other before the change was made.
Yeah, amazing. Isn't it amazing? They're riding around here so fast. They're nearly 100 laps in, making a change. Still got enough reserves that they can have a quick word to each other. Me, I would just be crying out my eyeballs.
You and me both. Pink Mood through to the front. Samantha Donnelly laps off. Sassy coming through. Keystone on them.
23 to go as they come in. So they'll be starting to look around, line up their last changes for the sprint. See, here goes New Zealand pushing forward. They're going, we want to get to the front. We want to make our change first. We want to get into that clear air. Australia jumping onto their wheel, although they're not in sync off the track. So Australia is smartly just changing positions there. That was great move off the track, just out of camera shot. They were leading out in front of New Zealand and quickly moved up and dropped in behind New Zealand so they could change at the same time. Prue coming through to get the bell. Will she be able to hold on?
Australia starting to close.
Oh, no way. They're going to get rolled easy here. And now this is Australia.
Oh, and she gave her the big stare down too.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff. If you, like 2 changes earlier, one of the Australian riders, you could see she had her arm up, looking for her partner to acknowledge where she was on the track so they could sort that next change out.
Yeah, and as Mike alluded to, they had a quick word to each other as they made the change, and that may have been something to the effect, these guys are tired, attack, attack, attack. And so that will change those point standings around again. So Australia jump back up into second place.
One over Keystone. Pink Mood back on 14 now, so a little bit of a gap starting to open up there. Pink Mood need to do something.
New Zealand still in control on 39 points.
Only 18 laps, so Pink Mood need to win one of these next 2 sprints if they got a hope to try and medal.
So they're back up there. They're in with the chance. So they're up with the front 4, which is giving them a chance. So part 1 of that plan done. Now they need to execute, get their changes done at the right time to give themselves an opportunity to start picking up points and get themselves back up fighting for that bronze medal position. So New Zealand on the front, just happy to roll through. Bronny looking over both shoulders. Australia rolling up behind them. Same with Pink Mood and Sassy. Only Keystone rolling through.
Does Mickey have enough left in the tank to see one of those famous Mickey Milne attacks?
I don't know. She's currently sitting down on the Côte d'Azur. She doesn't have enough in the legs to even ride on the track.
She can come up here, take some time out, take some speed off. She had a great race, Mickey. Keystone trying to squeeze down on Pink Mood.
Yeah, trying to squeeze them out, keep themselves in that front couple of behind New Zealand and Australia. They're not wanting to get caught out here as we've got 3.5 laps to go. 2.5 effectively before the sprint. So Coastal Services, Georgia Simpson there, going down another lap, but jumping back in with these top 4 teams. So this is great value for Georgia and Amelia Sykes. Just mixing it in with these guys. And here goes Pink Mood, making a little
They've got to do something.
Making a little push down the bottom. Going to come back. They'll have 2 laps. So Mickey's got herself back up the top. She's looking to drop in probably at turn 3, 4. She'll have 1.25 to go. Can she pull one out of the bag? Keystone coming in to make their change. So will New Zealand and Sassy.
What's Mickey Milne got left in the legs?
Keystone attacking over the top. Can Mickey jump onto that? And
Sophie Edwards is pretty quick, isn't she?
Oh, very quick. And here comes New Zealand and Australia, but their corner, they're jumping back in behind for the corner. Can Mickey hold on? Come on.
She's strong enough to hold on to second. Well done.
She gets second. New Zealand coming over, Australia coming over the top, picking up third over top of New Zealand. Sassy missing out on the points there. So Keystone, they'll look to jump them back up again, I think. This is a seesaw battle for those second and third positions. New Zealand in control. And here we come through. New Zealand on 40. Keystone jump back up into second, 25 points. New Zealand 23. Pink Mood moving up to 17 points. So they need to win this last sprint. They need the 10 points.
And then they probably need New Zealand. The Pink Mood need to win the next. They need New Zealand to come second and just try and make it hard for those other 100% points to come.
So this will become very tactical now. No one's going to look to chance their arm here. They're just going to wind down these last few laps into this last sprint. So Coastal Services down the bottom, just pushing through. No one will be too worried about them. Georgia just looking to get back to Amelia and make that change.
So 6 laps to go. The way things are looking, it's going to be a huge effort to throw your rider in with 1 1/4 to go.
So everyone just quite happy.
They're going to have another change. Yep. And then it's all on.
So 5 on the board. Sassy are making a change here, so they'll definitely get back, but it'll probably be about 2 laps to go when they throw their rider back in. See Keystone Australia just making theirs a little bit later, so they'll be looking at that 1 1/4 laps by the time they come back and make that change. So Sassy just looking to attack over the top here now. 4 laps to go. So Sassy down on 10
Donnelly,
points.
she's decided that she wants to take on the lead-out role to throw Mickey in.
So Keystone coming over the top here. And
Sophie Edwards is doing a great job here.
Coming back
Right,
in.
so Keystone, they're going to throw in first.
2 to go, and here comes New Zealand. Bryony really pushing hard around the outside. Coming in, Keystone and New Zealand thrown in at the same time, but look at that change, eh? New Zealand, that was a beautiful power change. So much transfer of energy and speed. And here comes Prue through. She gets the bell. She's looking unstoppable from here. Keystone, is that Riley? She's fighting back really hard. She's looking to come through, pick up those second points. Australia will pick up third.
That's a wonderful ride by Keystone. Now,
and I think that will sort out the positions there.
Correct.
New Zealand will have first, Keystone second, Australia third. Pink Mood, Sassy, they realised they were out of the race. They didn't even try to sprint home. Knew that the podium was up the road, made their change, set up.
So now we've got the elite men. So that's 200 laps, 50 kilometres. Sounds like a long way, and it is. But it'll all be over in 51, 52, 53 minutes, eh, Jace?
Yeah, they're going to be clipping through around that 60 kilometre an hour mark on average. It's an amazing pace to hold for that length of time. So there's the official results have just gone up on the board there. New Zealand with 50 points, Keystone 31, Australia 27, Pink Mood 19, Sassy 10, Coastal Services minus 34, but they stayed in the race where everyone else was pulled out or dropped out of the race. So that's a great effort by Georgia and Amelia to stay in the race and keep battling away with these top riders.
Valuable learnings.
Yeah, they would have learnt a lot from that, and their coaches will be very happy with them. Mike will be happy.
I'm sure he will.
Yep, no doubt.
So now with the men's Madison, so the New Zealand national team, Tom Sexton, Marshall Irwood. And the Australian national team, Liam Welsh and Blake Quick. I guess like as Jason was saying with Sophie Watts, Blake Quick is a great name for an endurance athlete.
Outstanding.
Whoosh. We've got Keegan Hornblow and George Jackson. Australian Blue, Rowan Hayden-Smith and Tom Cornish. Then in the TA Sport Cycling kit, we've got Magnus Jamison and Oliver Watson-Palmer. We have Noah Blannard and Toby Jones in Queensland. St George, we've got Daniel Morton and Nick Kyrgyzou. CMC, we've got Lucas Bimmy and Hunter Dalton. Otago, we have Josh Greaves and Sterling Jarnell. And QFS Southland, we've got Lucas Murphy and Zach Patterson. So wide range of skills there. We've got some guys that are exceptional sprinters. We've got other guys that have got exceptional engines and can sprint. And then we've got guys who are just incredible diesel engines that the longer the race, the better they get.
So, be quick. Fantastic.
It's incredible.
Fantastic. Marshall lining up there on the front, just having a look around. He's as cool as a cucumber, plenty of confidence, that young man, and so he should. He has been going great guns of late.
He certainly has some swagger about him.
So he's going to lead out.
And he loves it.
Oh, he thrives on it. Mate, he's down on the line. He's frothing right now.
Yeah.
So
Loves
is George,
to race.
So is George Jackson. Look at the smile on him.
Yeah.
Just having a quick chat with his Australian counterparts.
And once again, George Jackson and Keegan Hornblow will be right at the pointy end of this race. Two of the most exciting bike riders there are.
So Magnus there and behind George. He's got the head down, deep in concentration.
Yeah,
not quite as relaxed.
No, he's done well. He's possibly had a tap on the shoulder and said, mate, nice and clean.
Yeah, has got a couple of warnings already in this meet. So he'll have to be on best behaviour. So Brendan just checking, blows the whistle, sends them away. Australian rider going up. I'll just put my visor on now that we're racing. Seven rolling away. Looks like Lucas, he's keen to move himself up to the front already. Well, is that the St George colours, the Czechs? No.
Quality Foods.
Quality Foods.
Yeah, it's his Southland kit.
So
got the old redneck kind of retro Czech look there. Nothing like a good lumberjack.
You can hear the banjos playing.
It's a beautiful thing.
Just coming in, throwing Zach Patterson into the race. So they're happy to be up front and lead out. Looks like Zach's actually running a bit of a smaller gear there. So Mitre Q just on the front now. They're a new addition to the race, changed out from Otago to Mitre Q. And yeah, he's just throwing his partner into the race. Looks like Sterling Janelle.
Good to see these young guys wanting to try and roll the front with the guys.
So who we got on the front there? What Australian state is that there, Mike? Is that Tassie?
I think it's St George, is it? Although St George in the past have been maroon and black. I just need to try and look for Nick or Dan and I'll be able to confirm.
Yeah, Queensland's there just changing over, and got Quality Foods just hitting off the front again. Lucas again, he doesn't want to sit around in the bunch.
Yeah, so the St George, there's a lot of teams that are sort of like a red and black. So St George are definitely a maroon or a red, deep red and black. They're sitting behind the New Zealand team at the moment.
Yeah, so Queensland just coming over and taking over the front from Quality Foods, Southland kit.
Noah Blennon, quality bike rider.
And there's New Zealand just making their change. So Tom into the race.
Kyrgyz into fourth wheel. It looks like this first sprint is going to be very, very fast. Toby Jones coming in for the change for Queensland. Now, Zach Patterson's in second wheel. Very, very fast man. If you're in a road race and you're taking him to the line.
Australia just making their change as they come in for the bell. Beautifully timed change.
Whoosh going through. So Keegan Hornblow, second wheel.
Beautiful by Keegan. Just jumping in there. Not using up any energy at all. Just following through. Happy to accumulate those second points.
It's again, New Zealand look like they're just happy to surf wheels for the first part of the race.
So Queensland come through and pick up the third points, and Southland, Quality Food Services, picking up the fourth points maybe? Picking up the one? So George Jackson just swinging up the field. Australia coming through underneath. Queensland, followed by Southland, followed by New Zealand.
Kyrgyz giving word to one of the riders down there, not so happy. He's now in second wheel. He's on the wheel of Marshall.
T.A. Magnus just coming in to make his change.
Tom Sexton now rolling the front.
Ollie Watson-Palmer into the race now, sitting second wheel.
Notice Tom Sexton, as he came back down, there was no way he was rolling to the back of the field. Like when the speed comes on, things are going to split.
So, coming through the start-finish line, 186 laps to go. St George on the front, followed by TA, Counties Manukau, Southland, Australia.
Quality Foods, yeah.
So Quality Foods on the front as they come through. Aussie Blue, number 4. So that's the blue and white kit out there, right? Got that now.
So at the, we've got 183 left. So after the sprint, I'll just tell you where we're at with this T-shirt.
So Australia national
just
colours.
leapt off. Oh, here comes George Jackson. He's coming through fast. That's the whoosh.
Yep, so he's coming
Looks
in.
like St George. Are they going to follow him through?
2 laps on the board. George just swinging up the track and diving back down like a good sprinter.
Counties Manukau have got themselves right in the mix here as well.
So, coming through to get the bell. Aussie Blue. In Australia looking to come in and make a change.
Lucas trying to find.
Whoosh will need a really clean, fast
Dalton.
change here to hold the lead. And they get that. Keegan just cruising through.
Nice work by Counties Manukau, by the 2 young boys.
Yeah, getting up there, picking up the 3rd place spot.
So now with the T-shirt, Sassy at 33%. Western Australia, 13%. Queensland, 21%. New Caledonia are now 32%.
Oh, close between New Caledonia and Sassy, 1%.
Yeah, it closes at the end of this race. So
that's the Velo X T-shirt. Get in there and get voting, people.
You've got 40 minutes to make your vote count.
So 178 laps to go. Australia on the front, followed by St George, followed by Australia Blue. Got the Whoosh team in behind there. Keegan and George just making their change now. Oh, strong change there by Australia Blue.
Made just off the front.
So TA making their change there as well. Magnus Thorin, Ollie in.
St George just lost about 7 places with that lap off. Nowhere to come through.
So Quality Foods.
Kyrgyz actually opting to not use a visor. There's going to be a big heat factor with these guys on the track at the moment. Looks like Tom Sexton, is he trying to float through? He's given himself some height to see what he wants to do.
Just coming up high there, moving around. Happy to join back in again now.
And then just seamlessly places him beside, in behind Zach, which is the Quality Foods.
So Australia Blue coming in to make a change on the front. Ollie Watson Palmer for TA, just looking to tuck in behind on the wheel. Just rolling through. Australia Blue happy to get back in and grab it. Here comes Whoosh round the outside. Keegan launching a bit of an attack. So 173 to go.
Keegan loves hurting people. So Magnus working hard to try and get across.
Yeah, and he's going to pull it back now. Magnus, a great turn here, pulling Keegan back. So Keegan will be looking to make change as they come into turn 3, throwing George in with a lap and a quarter to go. Australia coming strong around the outside also. Good change here by the Whoosh team, but Australia get over the top.
Very well.
Nice.
Can George Jackson come back at him? He's very rapid, man.
Oh, look at this. George gets down nice and aero and turns on the power. He goes, I want that 5 points. Australia coming through, grabbing the second place. Ollie Watson Palmer for TA, picking up the third place. Australia Blue picking up the 1 point in fourth. So George just easing back, right in tempo now. Queensland dropping in behind, making a change.
Now when we look at, we've got good teams down here through the back, but the fact that they've been trying to make changes through.
So just coming through, 168 laps to go. TA leading through. Ollie throwing Magnus back into the race. Australia Blue on their wheel. They're just rolling through now. Queensland coming through to take over from them. Marshall for New Zealand just sitting in that second wheel. Counties Manukau just sitting in their third wheel, coming in, making a change.
We've got a big shout out to Bear, who is at the AMV Velodrome, which we think is in Brisbane, and he's playing this on the live, on the big screen over there as well. So it's pretty cool. Big shout out to Bear.
Oh, that is absolutely outstanding. They've got themselves a little bit of a movie theatre going at the Velodrome, playing this, streaming this live over there. Bear, an excellent commentator over that side. Does a much better job than we do, I think.
He's possibly turned the sound down.
He could have. He might be doing his own commentary over there because he goes, I can do a better job than those lads. But anyway, back to the race. 164 laps to go. Queensland on the front. Tom Sexton again just surfing the wheels. They're keeping their matches dry. They haven't really chanced their arm too much. So Whoosh on 13. Australian national side on 10. Counties Manukau in third on 3. Aussie Blue on 2. TA on 2. Queensland on 2. So Counties Manukau boys take a photo of that, sitting third in the elite Madison.
It's a great ride by the young guys.
So Queensland leading down the back straight from New Zealand, from Counties Manukau, followed by Australian national team and the Whoosh team.
Dan Morton, here he comes round the outside. Who can he latch on to? So
he's not going to latch on to anyone. He's looking to come forward and take the points.
Marshall's not going to want to give him nothing.
Marshall just picking up the pace, stepping out a little.
Nice.
Queensland from New Zealand.
Queensland
St.
riding
George.
really well. Noah Blennon, he's a classy bike rider.
And Counties Manukau coming through, accumulating another 1 point.
So the Counties Manukau team, so Lucas Bimmy will be 20 years old. Hunter Dalton will have maybe just turned 19.
Yeah, he'd be 19.
Whether or not they've got the legs to be able to continue this on for the whole race, I have no idea. It'll be a big ask, but they are racing and racing to win. It's pretty awesome. So Aussie Blue on the front, TA Sports in behind. Oliver Watson Palmer trying to get as aero as possible. He's making the change with Maggie. They're synchronised with Aussie Blue. So Sterling Janelle in behind there. You can see here, so much easier to make these changes towards the front of the field. Aussie the Aussie national team. They're happy to keep the pace off at the moment. They're now trying to find the Kiwi team, trying to push St George off the wheel. Dan Morton gives them the wheel.
So pace out of the race at the moment as they all just kind of swing up the track a little. 155 on the board.
Yeah. Dan says, I don't care, I'll take the front back. 154.
So he's looking around. He sees
So look to
Kirky up
make
in
two
front.
more changes.
So here's the New Zealand team making a change on the outside. Are they looking to attack over the top? No, just a gentle change. Tom happy just to be surfing the wheel
Aussie
still.
Blue, St George changing identically. Aussie Blue putting some pace on.
Yeah, Kirky excelling
needs
to pick
close
up that
gap.
second wheel, and he's done that well.
Just needs to protect the outside now.
Tom again just surfing the wheel. I've just got the feeling that they're going to be looking around that.
Yeah.
Just after that 100 laps ticks off to really launch an attack.
Quality
and take
foods.
Yeah, nice. Lucas again not wanting to sit in the bunch, kicking
No.
forward. This is like the third time he's done that. Animating the race.
Kirky was happy just to hold the pace, and Tom Sexton happy just to leave him there as well.
So coming through to get the bell. Can he hold on out front? So Kirky throwing Dan into the race. Marshall coming over the top. Magnus sitting on the wheel.
Oh, Quality Foods are going to get shut out of here.
They are. They hold on for that fourth place spot.
TA second. St George third. New Zealand first. Did Quality Foods still get
Quality
fourth?
Foods just hung on to that fourth spot, picking up 1 point. Australia just coming in behind them. So Counties Manukau pushing through to the front
the
again.
young boppers.
Hey,
we'll ride the front. It's great to see.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So Marshall Irwood on the front. Australia, Whoosh, Quality Foods, St George, Counties Manukau,
Keegan Horblow for Whoosh also looks like he's like a panther waiting to attack. So, Whoosh making the change. George Jackson going through. Aussie National looking to close that gap. QFS are now on the front. So the QFS rider on the front now. And Lucas Murphy, he's been a roadie all his life. And he's actually won the New Zealand Time Trial Champs, but he's never been on the track. And then just in the last year, he decided he wanted to give track a try, and absolutely loves it. The other day, in the TPs, he managed to do 3 sub 4-minute TPs with the NZ2 team. So it's a hell of an introduction to track cycling, isn't it, Jace?
It is indeed. Huge base on him, does a lot of miles on the road. I saw Boris, who now coaching with China. One day it was something ridiculous, 500 Ks in one day. Unbelievable. And here goes Whoosh making an attack over the top. Just coming through around 142 on the board. So
Queensland pushing hard.
Keegan looking to position himself to pick up points. Australia coming through over the top, and Marshall just looking to throw Tom in here. Coming through to get the bell now. Queensland leading through. Keegan looking to throw George in, and let's see the pace come on here from Georgia. Australia making their change now here with a quarter of a lap to go. Can George get over the top? Queensland making their change as well, but they lose 2 places on that. Australia from Whoosh, Queensland, New Zealand coming through, picking up 1 point.
And saying that, Jace, like the Queensland team as well with Toby in there now. Like Toby was a junior at Junior Worlds last year, so he's young. Is he 19? You know.
Yep.
Once again, big engine. Has he done did he do a 308? Or something for his IP at Junior Worlds? It was very, very fast.
He was very quick. He came over here and raced Oshis, etc. before Junior Worlds. He was fairly dominant then, very strong rider, and acquitting himself very well here in the Queensland colours. So, with that sprint, Whoosh moved through to 16, Australian national team on 15. And they've just scrolled away there. So we'll bring that back again when it comes back up. Mitre Q yet to score a point. So they'll be looking to get themselves in there and pick up something. So New Zealand 16, Whoosh 16, Aussie 15, New Zealand 9, Queensland 9, TA 5, St George 4, Counties Manukau 4.
A lot of racing still to go.
Yeah, 135 laps to go after all we've done so far. And
it's all been very nice.
So Tom on the front, probably one of the first times we've seen Tom Sexton rolling the front there.
Yeah.
Just riding tempo, he's been keeping his powder dry. See him lapping off, and now he's just pushing down on the riders to get himself back in those front 3-4 wheels.
Wants to be in on Dan Morden's wheel. George in behind him. It's Kirgy coming in to make the change for St George. Third wheel.
So
New Zealand team changing at the same time.
Another 2 laps before they come in to get the bell for the sprint at 131. So Aussie Blue just leading the way from TA, St George, New Zealand. Whoosh behind them, then Quality Foods. Australia just looking to come up the outside now.
Oh, George Jackson starting to put the power down.
Yeah, so he's looking to get around and throw Keegan in with the lap and a half, lap and a quarter to go. Australia hard on their wheel as well.
Oh,
right. Here goes the bell. Can Keegan hold them on the hip? Australia just looking over the shoulder to see whether they've been challenged. They might be happy just to sit in there and accumulate points without using any energy. Yeah, and that's the way it goes. Australia Blue, TA coming through to pick up a few more points. Now Magnus needs to hold on to these wheels until he can get back to Ollie. Australia Blue
Aussie
looking
Blue,
to attack
that's a
over.
nice attack.
Yeah, Keegan just struggling to get onto that, but he sees George, and they'll make ground up on this changeover. It'll be a good hard sling in.
With the pressure coming on now, we'll certainly see how much work, I guess, Cornish has done on his engine. It'll test him. He's a very fit man. Oh, goes without saying, but just genetically right for a sprinter.
Yeah, he's spent a large portion of his career probably looking to ride for a minute max in a kilo. You know, he's looking to do 42 seconds on the back of or 41 seconds on the back of a team sprint. Now he's
one of the things with Cornish is his bike handling ability. He'll be very, very smooth. He won't waste an ounce of energy, will he? It'll actually be something that he'll be probably far more more flowing and free than he'll be very efficient, but much more efficient than some of the endurance riders.
And as he demonstrated in that scratch race, exceeded Excel, the envy of all endurance riders on the track that night. So 123 laps left on the board. They'll be looking to set themselves up for the next sprint. Dan Morton on the front. He'll just be looking to try and get back to Kirgy.
Needs to watch Tom. Tom's going over the front. He's going to need a kick hard.
So it just looks like he'll slot in behind the Australian team there.
Yep, he needs to throw Whoosh high. About to throw Kirgy in.
New Zealand about to make their change too, coming to get the bell. Australia making theirs. So can Kirgy sit in here and hold this third wheel? Ollie Watson-Palmer on him and George Jackson sitting at fourth. So Australia coming up the challenge over top of Marshall. And they're going to pick up the max points. New Zealand second.
They're doing well. Did you see the look Marshall gave him?
Yeah, St. George
this is
third.
Awesome.
TA fourth.
We've got a lot to go, but there's going to be some big effort coming in somewhere soon. This is going to light up.
So yeah, Aussie from New Zealand, from St. George, from TA, they're in the points for that sprint. And so Australian national team jump into the lead on 23, Whoosh 21, New Zealand on 12, Queensland 9, TA on 7 points, St. George right behind them on 6. So 117 laps to go. Ollie Watson-Palmer on the front. He flicks the elbow to Dan Morton.
Just got to remember there's a lot of racing still to go.
So St. George on the front, just lapping up straight away.
Yep.
Kyrgyz on that change.
Yep, Kyrgyz saying to the others, we don't need to be pulling the front all day long. We're not the superstars.
Whoosh coming through, Australia blue, now rolling underneath them. Cantes Manukau coming through, instantly rolling up. Ollie Watson-Palmer happy to push on, gets down nice and narrow. So everyone looking around, still 4 laps before the sprint.
Yep.
3 laps.
Aussie Blue look like they're happy to conserve energy this time round.
TA just making a change as they come through the start-finish line.
New Zealand just throw Queensland up the track a little bit. Marshall moves forward into second wheel.
Mitre Q on the front at the moment.
Australia just nudges TA out of the road. St. George happy to sit in behind TA.
Why's Mitre Q yet to score a point? Doing well to stay on the lap in this race.
Yeah, and look, once again, they're very, very young guys. Josh Greaves, Sterling Jarnell, both those boys are only 19 years old, so they're doing exceptionally well.
So just coming through, leading the group through with the 112 on the board. Next time through, they'll get the bell. New Zealand and TA looking to make their changes. Australia looking to attack over the top, coming in to take the bell lap. Have a look back, and it looks like Tom's interested in taking this one. He's putting down the power and coming over the top. Can he get over the top? Australia's still got the wheel underneath, and they're going to come through, take the max points.
Are they going to keep the pressure on?
New Zealand TA and then Whoosh picking up the 1 point. So interesting psychological little battle there. Tom was very interested in picking up the points. And Australia firing back and going, no, thank you very much. We'll take that psychological blow and we'll beat you to the sprint. Things just settling back down now. Australia making the change on the front. 108 on the board.
Australia Blue coming through to make the change. So QFS, after being so competitive, they've just lost the lap, unfortunately. Aussie Blue off the front. So a couple of times now, they just tried to stretch the legs of everyone.
106 laps to go, coming around to get 105. So Tom Sexton looking to close that down.
She does very smoothly. Olive Watson-Palmer in the TA kit, coming through third.
So everyone just swinging up there. Tom dropping back down into the lane. 104 laps to go, just stretching the legs just ever slightly. Just opening the gap between second and third. Coming in to make the change with 3 laps.
It's quite a big sling there.
So that means Marshall's going to have to conserve a bit of energy and quite intelligently swings up out of the way. He knows he's going to be sprinting this one. So he wants to conserve a little bit. Happy to sit on Australia Blue.
So 102 to go.
So they'll be coming back to get the bell on this one. So Marshall just
Into
looking
101,
around.
Yep.
See, Marshall just slowly starting to crank the power on. Will Australia Blue hold him on the hip?
jumping
Now here
hard.
comes Australia attacking from the back. I think they might come through and roll everyone on the line. Not quite. Marshall does well to hold on. Australia coming in to make the change. Are they going to attack over the top? No. New Zealand also making their change at the same time.
Oliver Watts and Palmer doing a great job of getting in between them. What are Whoosh doing? Here we go.
Yeah,
George Jackson.
Australia
Just
very
stretching
aware
them
of
hard.
that. Yeah, George.
4 laps up.
Just stretching the legs a little bit. See who's keen for the race.
St George happy to stay down on the pole line.
Yep. Why ride further than you have to, says Kirky. He's coming around. Coming up to link up with Dan Morton.
Yep.
Dan using height well to drop down in. So 96 on the board.
Dan using the track, finding some height, looking to see what Keegan's doing, wants to cover him. Australian national team, once again, just getting themselves in the middle of the two teams.
Diving back down. New Zealand coming through to the front, followed by Te Ao Mutu.
It's a very
St.
tactical
George.
game at the moment, isn't it, Jace?
Quality Foods. Lucas, let's see if he has another push off the front.
So, Aussie national team, 31 points. Whoosh, 23. NZ national, 20. TA, 11. St George is on 6. Aussie Blue on 4. And CMC on 4.
So we've just dipped down. We're under 100 laps to go. 93 on the board. Probably say in the next little while we'll see maybe the New Zealand team make an attack off the front, try and take a lap on the field, just as the fatigue starts to set into everyone. 92 on the board. Who's going to look to open up the sprint?
Tell you, the fact that nothing has happened yet, big. Just shows you the quality of the field, right?
Yeah, no one able to get away yet. And
St.
here comes St. George. Kirky attacking around the outside. Can he
Looking
get
to
over?
set up Dan.
Coming in to make the change, same time as the Australian team.
Can Dan use the extra height to run at him?
He's coming
It's
at the
gonna be
wheel. I
late.
don't think he's going to have enough to come up. Oh, he gets out of this saddle. He wanted
I don't
that.
think he quite got it. Do
Not
they keep
quite.
the power
Australia
on?
from St. George. Australia Blue and TA in behind them. So St. George just rolling through Australia Blue, TA, the Australian national team, and New Zealand. So Australia the 5, St. George the 3, Aussie Blue 2, TA the 1 point.
They obviously have had a chat previously because, you'd normally think that Kirgy would be your sprinter, but they've obviously, Dan's very, very powerful man, but they'd obviously had a yarn and have just changed things up and just the way things go.
Yeah, sometimes it works out their way.
Yeah.
But they got their change in at the right time. They had 1 lap to go through their rider, just less than 1 lap when they threw the rider in, gave them the best opportunity to score points.
Both of them do a good job. You see they're riding much closer to the front than what they were in the first 50 laps, right? They've gone in obviously with a view that that they think the points will come late. Or they'll try and pick up easier points late, I should say.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the Queensland team for a little while, they
so
were very prominent in the front.
So Queensland and Quality Foods have gone down a lap.
Okay.
So just rolling through there. Mr. Cornish just having a look up at the board, see what the points currently are. So Aussie Blue, Counties Manukau, TA, Whoosh, Australia.
So CMC is still on 4 points. They're still on the same lap. Once again, these guys are 18 and 19 or 19 and 20. You know, they're really young.
It's an impressive ride getting into the back half of the race as well.
Yep, first goal, make halfway. But they've made halfway and scored points.
So 82
Whoosh.
on the board, the pace going on. I think they're coming around to get the bell now. Whoosh leading the way, looking to make their change just after the start-finish line. I think George will be hard to peg back from here. See a beautiful change there. Didn't lose any momentum. George coming through. He gets one. Australia second and third.
Australia look like they're putting the power down. Same with Whoosh.
Yeah, just looking to distance the counties team, but look at that ride back up onto the wheel.
I think they've all got super glue stuck to each other, Jace.
It's great to see that no one's letting anyone go away and no one's looking around for someone else to do the chasing.
No, they're all closing the gaps themselves.
So TA just pushing out the front, swinging up. Australia Blue coming through underneath. Got 4 bike links back to the Australia national team. So Ollie Watson-Palmer just getting thrown into the front of the race.
It looks like he wants to have a dig.
Just seeing that they've got a little bit of a gap, so he's just putting a little pressure on to see if anyone's going to respond. Flicking the elbow. Australia Blue rolling through, so he'll have to put down the power here to get onto the wheel. Just looking back, just keeping the pressure on the pedals. Not a full-blooded attack, but just seeing if they're going to let them open up the gap. New Zealand chasing it down, coming in to make the change. See if Tom's interested in closing it down quickly, and it looks like he is. Australian national team and Whoosh coming through with them as well.
Yeah, look how flat Cornish's back is when he gets down in his aero. Just sits in behind Maggie. You'll be getting plenty of cover from Maggie.
Yeah, pace just going out of the race now that there's a few more up there. No need to push as hard. 73 on the board as they come through. New Zealand roll through to the front.
St George leading Aussie Blue back in.
Throwing Marshall in with 2 laps. Marshall will look to swing off again straight away. He knows 2 laps is too long to sit on the front. So he's got to conserve a little bit of energy because he knows he's going to have to sprint. New Zealand just getting out of sequence here a little bit with their changes.
Now he's happy to try and hold him on the hip. He's almost turned this into a match sprint, hasn't he?
Coming in, here comes Keegan kicking over the top. Now Marshall laying down the power to try and hold everyone else behind him.
Oliver Watson-Palmer's done very well to come underneath the Australian national team.
So Whoosh from New Zealand, TA, Australia, and then Australia Blue. Picking up the points there, and Whoosh just keeping it on. Keegan looking to put some pain, as he always does. Getting back to make the change with George. Let's see if George keeps this going. He has the power to be able to open this gap out. And
looking at this, Australian national team are flying.
And they're going to have to fly. George is really putting it down here. He hasn't decided to sit up, looking back. He'll like what he sees.
The way the race is flowing, it might only take 1 lap.
Oh, look at that. Australia looking up for someone to come through and no one else was willing to chase. Could this be the move that we've been talking about? George looking back. He's nearly back to Keegan. He's going to get a run at the wheel of Zach. Straight over top of Lucas. Back to Keegan to make the change. Do they keep it going?
They do. They're going to make it painful for everyone.
Australia closing this down. New Zealand coming along, and so is Ollie Watson-Palmer bringing TA up. Great ride there to close the gap down.
So Whoosh presently on 33 points, I think, Jace. think they're in second place. Aussie National in 40 points.
Yeah, Whoosh 33 in second. New Zealand national team 23 in third. TA 14 at fourth. So New Zealand now, they're looking to attack over the top of that. Australia looking around as the gap opens up in front of them, but no one's there to help them chase. Tom has a little look down, eases up. I think he wants them to come and work together. No, but Australia swing up to the fence as well. So Australia on the front coming through, 62, so they're coming in to get the bell for the sprint. New Zealand making their change. Marshall's going to have a lap and a half. So just looking around, not wanting to open his sprint up quite yet. Australia following. George in third wheel for the, and making a change with Keegan for the Whoosh team.
Keegan's coming with lots of speed.
Yeah, so Keegan's looking to come over and maximise
Marshall
the
hasn't
points
seen
here.
him yet.
No, Keigan will come through, pick up the maximum. Marshall picking up the second, Australia third, and Australia Blue picking up fourth. Getting the 1 point. So things getting a little bit messy now as those 4 teams are into the lapped riders.
So that looks like the end of QFS for the night. With 58 to go. New Zealand, big move off the front. They're forcing Australia and Australia Blue to do a lot of work now.
So Tom, he's opening up a gap. Australia having to chase. Magnus trying to get across to Australia's wheel. George coming across as well. 2 Australian teams change in sync there. Still chasing New Zealand. Ooh, nice change by New Zealand. Thought they were going to miss it for a second. Marshall got plenty of transfer of speed into that changeover. 56 on the board as he comes through. Really looking to put the pain into these guys now and break it up. Australia chasing hard.
Oliver Watson-Palmer's doing very well to get on the back of Aussie Blue.
Yeah, and the Whoosh team coming up. They'll get onto the back of this, and so we'll have 4 teams together. But now the pace has come out of them a little bit. Australia Blue making a change. New Zealand up front, throwing Tom back into the race. 54 to go. And it just looks like the pace has come out of the quartet, chasing a little bit now as they're starting to look around.
Keegan wants it.
Yeah, he gets out of the saddle and accelerates forward.
TA have just let a couple of bike lengths go. Can Maggie get across to them?
He's going to have to work hard to get back up onto the Australian wheel, although they're losing contact with Whoosh and Australia Blue as well. Needs to be a good change from them to get back up into the race. New Zealand just up onto the left riders. Getting slowed up.
The cadence has gone out of TA.
So they need to kick through and get over top of these lapped riders. So Whoosh team just catching up, closing that gap quite nicely. Marshall coming through to get the bell. They should have a comfortable lead to pick up the maximum points. Whoosh currently sitting in the second spot. The Australian team looking to come around the outside of Queensland and Counties Manukau, who are lap teams.
So
Keegan getting the second, a lot of
Whoosh
points.
was second, New Zealand first.
Australia got
Nationals?
third, and St. George picking up the fourth. Just getting in a few other different teams getting in between. So New Zealand still off the front. Keegan just looking to come up on the Tom's wheel, bringing Whoosh up. Let's see if those 2 New Zealand teams work together to stay away from the Australian team. So Whoosh here looking to make their change. New Zealand going to make a change shortly as well. So they're pretty well in sync, those 2 teams. New Zealand swinging off straight away. George coming through for Whoosh. About a quarter of a lap on the Australian team.
St George fighting hard to get across to the Australian national team.
Yeah, Dan Morton just riding up onto the wheel.
He's removed his visor. It must be hard to see once these boys have done 100 laps and you sweat all over their visor.
I'd also suggest the airflow through to keep cool.
For sure.
Would be better as well. So New Zealand, Tom back on the front. He just opens up the pedals, puts down the power. Keegan happy to work with him and push through. See, they quickly open that gap out again. So Australia just glimpsing across the track to see where the New Zealand team are. Getting close to a half lap lead now. Tom and Keegan both coming in to make their changes with Marshall and George, slinging them in. That gap definitely a half a lap now as New Zealand and the Whoosh team coming up on the lapped riders yet again. Australia blew in with those riders, so they're going to lose a lap now.
As we said, right, points come late.
So just coming in to get the bell, 41 laps. So lapped riders getting in the way now.
So Whoosh leading it out. NZ national team going over the top of George Jackson from Whoosh.
Yeah, both looking to make their change. So the bell ringing again. That was for the Australian and St. George team, who the New Zealand and Whoosh teams are nearly about to catch them, so they'll go a lap up on everyone. So Australia looking back, and I think they're about to concede that they're going to get caught. No point in trying to sprint away. So New Zealand and Whoosh happy to sit on TA here, just have a little bit of respite. They've been doing a lot of work out front. All they need to do is get back to the wheel. Oh yeah. See a little smile on Keegan's face as he came through and looked up at the board.
Was it a smile or a grimace?
I'm going to say it's a smile because he knows they've just put 20 points into them and what that means.
He does enjoy hurting other riders.
So we'll just wait for the points to be updated.
I think there's been carnage all over the show.
So they're still showing the Australian national team on 42, Whoosh and New Zealand 40 and 31 respectively, but that will change.
It will change. So TA and Aussie Blue have both been lapped as well, so that'll be updated.
So the races all come back together, although we've got varying stage of lapped riders. Only two teams are actually on the lap.
So Brendan is just pointed at the Mighty Q team as the front of the race. So Queensland now the front of the race, St Georgia in second place, Aussie Blue third.
So there we go, they're just updating 20 points for New Zealand national and Whoosh team. So Whoosh go to 63, New Zealand to 56. Aussie on 43, TA on 14, and Aussie Blue on 9. So we've got a clear lead for our top three teams. 33 laps to go, so still plenty of points on the board that those top three could get shuffled around, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to unseat them.
So pace is on again, New Zealand coming in, big change. Marshall Irwood hitting the front.
So coming in
Whoosh,
to get the bell.
second wheel. George Jackson looks like he's going to be running at Marshall.
Is George going to attack over and build on the lead that they've got? I'm pretty sure he will. Here goes the attack from George, just coming through.
Over the top, silky smooth.
So Whoosh will pick up Max. New Zealand's come through second. Australia from St George. Counties Manukau coming through, picking up that 1 point for fourth place.
You can see how hard it is, right? If you're not in those first four wheels, splits happen, you know. Like it's hard making changes. It's hard fighting back.
So New Zealand make their change. Whoosh come in to make theirs. There goes St George looking to throw Kirky into the race. So Keegan happy to roll up. Drop back in behind. 28 to go. 7 laps until they hit their next sprint. So race will settle down a little bit now that that lap's been taken by the New Zealand's and whoosh team.
Yes, I don't need to force too much now, do they? You just need to cover.
Yeah.
Though I would imagine whoosh and New Zealand national team will be throwing some haymakers at each other before long.
Yeah, I say whoosh will just be looking to kind of cover any moves and nullify any points that New Zealand might be able to gain. But New Zealand definitely, they'll be looking to throw a knockout blow and put some distance between themselves and the whoosh team to accumulate some points. Aussie Blue looking to attack underneath. Coming through 24 on the board. So Aussie Blue from whoosh, from TA, New Zealand, St. George, and Australia just rolling up onto the back of that group.
So we've got 3 teams about to all make a change at the same time.
Magnus just throwing Ollie into the race now. Everyone's settling down. They're going to come back 22 on the board.
Is someone going to jump? Someone's going to need to jump.
Now, will the New Zealand team wait until after the sprint and then attack off that? Aussie looking to come round and put themselves at the front of the bunch, coming in to get the bell. Whoosh make their change.
The run.
Oh, Aussie making a change with 3/4 to go, and a nice change it was too.
Cornish getting down Aero. Is he going to hold whoosh off?
So Aussie, whoosh and TA, that's how the points go. New Zealand just dropping off the bunch and missing a change. Oh, this is not good for the New Zealand team. Marshall riding up, getting a change back, and he's going to have to work hard to get back on.
I don't think whoosh seen it.
No, I don't think anyone recognised the mistake that happened behind them. Just got a few lapped riders in the way and they couldn't make their change. No harm, no foul. They're back into the back of the bunch. Would have been a little bit of a pucker moment there for the boys. So St. George on the front. Whoosh. George just heading up to the fence. Just having a look around, see where Australia and New Zealand are.
That's where I want to be. I need to cover that guy. It's a great thing, actually, as a tool for the young riders to see, right? How the elite riders use the whole track to see what's going on. They have no problems getting to the top of the track.
So, yeah, I mean, George was sitting in second wheel there. He's sitting behind the TA team. He knows that no threat to him. He wants to know where New Zealand, where Australia are. So where can he see them best? Top of the track. Swings
top
up,
of the track.
Sees them, drops straight back down onto the wheel. I can cover you from here.
So,
Dan Morton off the front.
Just looking to, it's only riding tempo. It's happy to cruise along.
It's going to come back and gets 14 on the board. Just settling in. Tom looking to come up high and change with Marshall up high. Marshall now looking to look a little
St.
tack
George
over the...
didn't see the boys coming through with speed.
But Keegan did.
Yeah.
The whoosh team saw them loading up top, coming through, was straight onto their wheel, come over the front of them, and now he's taking the pace all out of the race again. Great vision from Keegan to see what was happening. And he shut down that attack before it even became an attack. So 12 on the board coming through. They'll get the bell next time.
Aussie.
Here goes Aussie launching over the top.
Aussie need points. George has already seen him. George knows he needs to close that gap.
So he'll be happy to follow through on these wheels and keep New Zealand behind him.
Can he keep Tom Sexton from scoring points?
Tom looking really to attack here.
George is trying to protect the width.
Tom needs to get over the Aussie team, and Jewel,
he's done it.
So just making that 2-point difference between them and the whoosh team. to help claw back that deficit. And he's kept it on too. Aussie swing out of the line and say, Whoosh, you need to chase. This is yours to do. So Keegan throwing back into the race. He'll look to get up to Tom as fast as he can.
It's pretty impressive by Keegan to close that gap.
Yeah, look, he got it all done. Oh,
and he hits Marshall.
Oh, swing up and try and drop on my wheel, will you? Come on. 7 laps to go, and Keegan is looking to put them to the sword. He goes, not only do we want to win, but we want to win in style. Now he's back to George to throw George in, and I'm sure the word will be go, go, go. Marshall just needing to get back to Tom and stay in contact. George having a look around.
He's had a look to see where Tom was.
Now Tom's got plenty of horsepower. He will close this down, I have no doubt. But George will be happy to keep the pressure on and make him work for it, because he's not far from getting back to Keegan. See, Keegan dropping down to the bottom of the track so he could ride really slow through the corner. So New Zealand back up onto the wheel.
So both teams trying to change at the same time.
So just
Keegan giving the track to the New Zealand team.
Yep, he says, Marshall, you need to beat me, and you need to beat me by a couple. So 72 versus 64. 10 points on the board for who comes across the line first. But Whoosh, even if they come across the line second, they've got it in the bag. So Keegan doesn't even need to attack over the top, but I am sure he will.
Yeah.
And here comes that attack.
He needs to watch the Australian team.
Coming in to get the bell, he's winding up to kick over top of Marshall so he can throw George into the race. Marshall holding him out. So it's going to be George v. Tom. Tom on the front. He won't want to give this up. This is going to be a great sprint finish.
Tom?
Oh, out of the saddle.
Oh, how's that for
and
a finish?
And a wang wheelie to
finish. It was a
finish.
wheelie by Tom.
Oh, great work. What a finish.
I don't think Tom expected George to be coming at him so fast at the last 10 metres there.
So Whoosh take the victory there over the New Zealand national side. Australia will hold down the third place. What a great ride, what a great finish. Teams battling right through to the end. Yeah, look, Keegan looks up at the board. I think maybe it was a grimace and not a smile when he came past before, because the face looks the same. So we'll just wait for the points to be updated there.
Some exceptional rides by all. When you think of some of those young guys, and I guess the pain they've put themselves through, there's nowhere else you can do it than a 200 lap Madison.
So it's been an interesting race, full of races within the races with these young fellas looking to hand with the big boys and actually exchanging blows with them early on. Fatigue got to them in the end, as we thought it would do, but still really great learnings for them. They now know what that pace is like that they need to run at, and they're able to build on that and know where they need to be in the back end of that race.
Yeah, that's right. Like when they're looking at their futures, you know, to be able to sit down and say, hey, in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, that's where we need to be. It's a level that we need to be at. I wonder if Damo can tell us where we're at with our T-shirt.
Yeah, how does that T-shirt results end up? Who's getting the Velo X? He's just updating now. Is it Sassy? Is it New Caledonia? They seem to be the front two runners. So just updated there, Whoosh 82 points, New Zealand 70, Australia National 55. That's your podium. Oh, there's a big, it must be close on that pole. Big smiles and chuckles going on down there. We'll bring those results to you very shortly. It could be the win of the day. So that brings a conclusion to our racing for the night. We'll throw down to the centre shortly for the podiums.
Tomorrow, another big day, eh? We do have men's elite points race tomorrow.
Yep, for the sprinters, there's the big kilo.
Yeah.
Battle of the big boys. So it'll be interesting.
Like literally within 10 seconds.
Hot off the press.
Hot off the press. Sassy, 34%. New Kelly, 33%. Western Australia, 14%, and Queensland, 19%.
So clearly a lot of supporters.
What's that, Damo?
Another shirt up for grabs on another poll for tomorrow morning.
All right. So Damo's going to put another T-shirt up tomorrow morning and tomorrow night. So there's another 2 T-shirts up for grabs as well.
So Sassy taking home the VeloX T-shirt for tonight. Clearly a strong supporter base watching on the live stream there from both Sassy and New Kelly.
Possibly something for the viewers to have a look and a ponder over as well. Doesn't have to be the person who's won, I guess, the most races, but who out there do you think has actually ridden their socks off all week and has impressed you? You know, it'd be great to throw some comments up, let Damien know, and we'll pass those on tomorrow, because as Jason said, there are a lot of races within races, and there are a lot of magnificent efforts out there, and you don't need to be the star of the show to have had an exceptional race.
No, exactly. And there are a lot of riders down there, both within the sprint and endurance, males, females, that need to be very proud of what they have achieved tonight. They may not have been at the pointy end of the race, but the fact of how they've ridden, how they've conducted themselves, the skills that they've shown within the race, and the races that they've had with those people that have been in that same kind of area within the race has been outstanding.
For sure. I'll tell you what, I'm just looking down in, I guess, the pre-HP pit, and you can't take the smile off Jackson Russell's face. He's beaming.
He's looking pretty tired too.
But there's been some magnificent rides today.
Sarah has given me the hard word. I have to get down and I have to get a photo. I think she's very keen to throw that one up on the old socials.
Nice.
Mum can't hide her joy at how well Jackson has done. And he's up there with some of the world's best riders today. You know, he didn't match it with Lee Hoffman. He wasn't battling him for the win. But he was good enough to get there under his own esteem at the end, because he lost that wheel when he's on the outside. Had to battle real hard. So Alex, let's throw a big thank you to Alex here. He's been sitting in behind doing a lot of this technical work for Damo, while Mike and I here have been sitting and talking away. He's been organising everything with Damo, and he's about to throw across to Damo to do some interviews down there. So a big hand to Alex, and he'll throw over to Damo.
Thank you, my man.
And you can just, I'm in the middle. Okay. I'll just go talk to the Sassy crew. Hello, Sassy crew. You're on the camera from up there. You can the camera here. We're on the live stream. I'm not quite sure if you realised that we had a poll going on the live stream for the T-shirt. So this is a woman's VeloX T-shirt, one of about 16 in existence. There we go. So I don't care who it goes to, but you guys won the T-shirt for tonight with the poll from the live stream. The camera's up the top there. So you guys win the poll with 34%. New Kelly got 33%. And then I think it was 19 for WA. I'll have to check all that. But either way, you guys won by 1%. Here we go. It is a VeloX T-shirt. It's a woman's one. Has to be. So who's going to get the T-shirt?
I don't know.
Ella's going to get the T-shirt, apparently. Anyways, we are going to have another poll tomorrow night. So you tell everyone at home, vote on the live stream, and we'll give away another one. All right, how'd the racing go? Who we got here?
Maxwell, not good. No, it was all right. It was good fun.
Is it hot enough for you?
Yeah, it was pretty damn stinking. I was sweating balls in here. It was pretty hot. I mean, I was sweating a lot.
A lot? That's all right. This is just like being at home, eh?
Yeah.
It's good.
Pretty much.
All right, it looks like the rest of the team's gone.
Yeah, I should probably be back home.
Yeah, go home and sleep and recover.
Yep.
All right, good luck for tomorrow. Kilo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
smash it.
I'll try my best.
All right,
I'll
cool.
try my best.
All right, cheers. All right, well done. I'll throw it back to you there, Alex. You can just flick it off.
I would be really excited to see people pick up cycling and take that beyond the school gates, beyond the velodrome, beyond the mountain bike tracks. We structure our cycling program at St. Peter's from pathways to development to HP in 3 disciplines. We have mountain biking, track and road, and we provide opportunities for everybody. We invite people who are just learning to ride a bike to people who are trying to think about the Olympics. Cycling is a really good option for everybody. You can do it indoors, you can do it on a trail, you can do it on a park.
So my cycling journey began way back when I was in year 7. I started out on the road, and I actually had an incredible group of 5 other girls with me. We all had our first event at the North Island Road Secondary School's Champs, which we fought really hard, but we just hadn't had the same level of exposure as some of the other year 8 teams had. But it really built an incredible culture and environment behind us that then pushed us all into doing track.
So as a junior cyclist, I feel like the older kids in cycling really give you a push along, like they really help you and they want you to be better, which is, yeah, really nice. There is a pretty big junior squad for year 7 and 8.
I think success looks like in cycling when we develop a love of the sport. Cycling's not just a sport, it's a mode of transport, it's a means of freedom. But there's going to be a bonus double points sprint somewhere in the middle. You'll know because the bell will be rung extremely aggressively.
For me personally, in the last couple of years, I believe that it's been really important to build a connection with the people that I've been riding with, especially some of the younger ones. I would really like to try and leave behind a legacy of connecting with everyone.
To me, the cycling program excels in opportunities, and I think we're one of the best programs in New Zealand in terms of that. We offer a lot of options, not just on the track, and mountain bike and road, where they can excel internationally, nationally. We provide one-on-one coaching, we provide lots of different options in terms of nutrition, training, advice, skills.
I think the really awesome part about cycling is it doesn't matter whether you're just in for one discipline. All of the different disciplines are very easily adaptable. You can shift between them as often as you want to, and it's not super scary to do that either.
I do track and road and a little bit of mountain biking.
Third place and winner of the bronze medal representing the Australian national team, Christina Clennon. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing New Zealand High Performance Team, Elise Andrews. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2026 Elite Women's Keirin Oceania champion from the Australian national team, Alicia McKay. Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners for the Elite Woman Keirin. Thank you, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 Oceania Track Championships Elite Men Keirin medal presentation will now take place. The medals will be presented by Sir Stephen Tindall. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing the South Australia Sports Institute, Tate Ryan. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the Te Awamutu Sports Cycling Club, Jackson Russell. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal in the 2026 Elite Men Keirin Oceania champion, representing the Australian national team, Lee Hoffman. Ladies and gentlemen, your medal winners and Oceania champion for the Elite Men Keirin. The 2026 Oceania Track Championships Elite Woman Madison medal ceremony will now take place. Medals will be presented by Sir Stephen Tindall. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Nicole Duncan and Maeve Plouffe. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing Team Keystone, Sophie Edwards and Riley McMullen. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal, the 2026 Elite Women Madison Champions, representing the New Zealand national team, Bryony Botha and Prudence Fowler. Ladies and gentlemen, your Elite Women Madison champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 Oceania Track Championships Elite Men Madison ceremony will now take place. The medals will be presented by Sir Stephen Tyndall. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing the Australian national team, Liam Walsh and Blake Quick. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the New Zealand national team, Tom Sexton and Marshall Irwood. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and the 2026 Oceania champions for the Elite Men Madison, representing Team Whoosh, Keegan Hornblow and George Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, your Oceania Elite Men Madison champions and medal winners. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the night's festivities. We'll see you all tomorrow. Racing starts sharp at 10. Thank you all. Safe travels.
There we go. That's a wrap for this Friday night. Saturday, 1 day left tomorrow. Kicking off at the usual 10 a.m. Points race, Omniums, time trials, Keirins, IPs. That's the morning, and the afternoon, some finals of pretty much a similar format. Exciting stuff. It's going to be great. Once again, thanks for tuning in. Thanks to our volunteers and sponsors. Thanks to mum and dads out there helping all your riders get here. We will see you all again tomorrow.